Excited to be.
Welcome to round number 4 of the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series, and we have moved north to sunny Queensland. And how good is this, Tony? It's warm weather and it's dry for the first time in 3 rounds.
The whole season has been mixed conditions, cold, wet and miserable, but this is absolutely fantastic. Very excited to be here.
We're heading into the penultimate round of the series, and of course Jordan Sanderson is leading both championships, both Pro and Pro-Am. Very interesting because he's doing so well as he's stepped up into the Pro category this year.
Mate, not bad for a rookie season, driving both categories. He's got a lot of love from suppliers and sponsors sorting him out, but he's been performing really, really well. It's good to see.
We really need to talk about Queensland Raceway, though. We came here last year, we saw so many additions to the place, didn't we? The pit garages, the shade they put up, so much for the spectators, but it just continues with sheds being built out the back. Tony Quinn's doing a fantastic job.
Huge credit to Queensland Raceway. We love being here, and exactly that. We rolled in yesterday, and the place looks absolutely fantastic. Get down trackside.
Yeah, great to see the Hi-Tec Oils banners everywhere here at Queensland Raceway. We are going to get into this afternoon's show, though. We start with a top 32. What a field we have.
It's been a huge day of practice and qualifying yesterday. The guys are G'd up. They're ready to go. There's been a few mechanical repairs here and there, but we're ready to go full send.
There we go, top 32 when it comes to our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category before we head into our top 16 in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am, our top 16 in the Pro category again, all the way through until we get to our presentations, our top 4 this afternoon around 4 p.m. So stay tuned here to the live stream. We've got a whole heap of action coming your way, so many battles to see.
Mate, I'm so excited. Let's go. I'm so keen for some tyre frying action.
I think one of the best things we like about Queensland Raceway, though, is the big flowy track. And what our judges have laid out is some huge outer clipping points and how fast are they getting around at the moment.
Yeah, look, the whole point of it is we want to encourage good battles, but also high speed, high flow. The guys are only getting a couple of laps out of a pair of tyres. It is all systems go here at this track.
Well, it's time to smoke you out. Let's head out there and start the action. Yeah, I'm Matt Kavanagh and joined in the commentary box this weekend by Tim Schultz. Welcome, Tim. We've got a huge round up in Queensland. I really love how the Queensland drivers up here come and support us. We've got our key drivers, I suppose, in the Hi-Tec Oils Drift Series. But every time we come into Queensland, we just seem to find another 10 drivers from somewhere.
Yeah, mate. They just come out of the waterworks, I guess. Plenty of new drivers out there, and it's great to see.
Yeah, tough competition this weekend it is, and we've already seen that in the qualifying ranks. Jordan Sanderson is leading both our championships at the moment. Now, he's had to fight for that one. He's been doing it in 2 different cars. The advantage, though, is he's getting a lot of seat time everywhere we go.
Yeah, plenty, mate. And it tells his driving is next level at the moment, and yeah, he's doing great.
Yeah, look, he's going to be a big star in the future. So leading both of our championships at the moment. The Pro class, very, very tight when it comes to our championship as well. As you can see him right up there, Roger Anson in second position, just 4 points behind him. We'll have a look at our Zoo Performance Pro-Am Championships at the moment. Jordan Sanderson leaving that one over Sam Mudge, and hasn't he stepped it up? The RB20, that thing screams, but he's only 16 points behind him.
Oh, mate, he's right there, and anything could change today. And as you said, that little RB is on song.
Yeah, you need to watch out. Kieran Ratcliffe on equal points as well. Jordan Putkins has only done a couple of rounds, 214 points. Now, he took out round number 1 actually down there in Winton. So, you know, he might not be in the mix at the end of this. We'll have to wait and find out because we do head back to Victoria for our final round later on in in the year. Anthony Romano, we never know what car he's going to show up. It could be a Falcon or it could be his 180, but he's not here this round. So we're really looking at probably those top 3 in the championship when it comes to the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. Let's have a look at our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. Jordan Sanderson leading that one by the slimmest of margins, just 4 points over Roger Anson, who kicked the championship off with a win. Patrick Barley has fought back. We saw him on the top step of the podium down there in Calder Park on 225 points. Brody Marvo, our defending champion, having to claw back in this championship after that terrible round 1.
Yeah, it's this round will be probably make or break for Brody. So he's I've spoken to him in the pits, and he's coming out swinging, no doubt about it.
Great Sydney livery on his car too. The ACL Race Series, obviously the bearings there, they have come on board big time with that car. He always had them on the car, but now we see it wrapped all the way around. So Brody Marr, make or break, I reckon, in this round, like you say. We'll have to wait and see. Can he get another podium? We have seen a few third places, but the man who's normally sitting next to me, and we love seeing his face out there on the camera, he's down there in the pits, Tony Bishop.
Yeah, g'day guys. I am up on top of the pit garage in these brand new facilities. Check out these amazing shade sails on top of the pit garage. It's such a fantastic place to watch the action from. Huge respect to Queensland Raceway for investing in motorsport and getting people back to the track and really enjoying it. It goes right through to the back area as well. We've got the skid pan well over to the backside there. That gets a lot of use, and all of these brand new sheds. It is fantastic that we get such an investment for some passionate motorsport people. It warms my heart, I can tell you. I absolutely love it. But one thing we want to cover off a little bit as well is this track. Now, it's not just a simple right, left, right, like it may seem. The middle part of the circuit has a real undulation. The drivers will come out of turn 1 and flick and push through that mid part of the circuit, and we want to see them flat out on the gas coming through the middle part. It's such an exciting piece of circuit that you can tell when people are just a little bit ginger coming off that part. But then the flick around to the last corner, it is the show corner. It is full tyre smoke. All the people down on the wall and up top here get such an amazing view. But mate, Queensland Raceway have turned it on. The weather's great. I'm so keen to get into it.
Yeah, it's really, if you come here circuit racing, it's turn number 3 where we're really starting into our first corner, the big right-hander. We cut back through the track because it's known as a paperclip, but it's got a little shortcut through there. Comes back around, huge power out of clipping zone as well, Tim, but the drivers have been talking about it quite a fair bit, is the amount of tyre use they're getting out there, and they're not getting many laps.
Nah, not at all, mate. So with these bigger tracks comes with probably a lot more tyre speed, and as you know, these aren't small build cars. They're making, in excess of 800 to 1,000 horsepower, some of these cars. So that's a lot of wheel speed that you're seeing. So those tyres just aren't lasting.
Yeah, I know, but the best thing for me is we can see all the cars. They can get really close to the action when they head through that section of the track, and they get a show. Let's check this one out, though. Our first battle is going to be Warwick Hill taking on Glenn Omerod, who will chase him down in the 86. Now, he's just got this car back out on track. It's had a major rebuild, new engine, new gearbox. I know they've had a couple of gremlins this weekend, and look at Warwick Hill. They've been chasing plenty in that car, the Zestino E46 BMW, but he's out in the lead there. Glenn trying to chase up that proximity. Here we go through the final corner. He emulates him out of there. They're side by side. The smoke show is on, and they pull up alongside each other. Maybe we might find if Glenn Omerod has got that issue sorted in the car, because that looked pretty tough.
Yeah, so both of these guys have been battling issues over the weekend. You've got Glenn fighting oil pressure issues, and then you've got Warwick fighting fuel pressure issues. So with Warwick, he was losing fuel pressure on turn 2 and straightening, so it's been his drama. And yeah, Glenn's losing oil pressure, so it was actually a really good run considering the problems that they do have.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a battle of the laptops, hasn't it? We've seen so many of the tuners out there just checking sensors and doing little adjustments there, and it did look pretty smooth there from Warwick Hill out there in the lead. We didn't see a straighten, so we'll have a look at the replay here, all thanks to Tri-Ace Tyres, and you see Warwick Hill and the Zestino BMW. He's right out there, isn't he, in that outer clipping zone?
He's right there where the judges want to see him, mate. And this is the area where he was straightening up. And as you see, he's done pretty well. A little bit of a straighten. Glenn's followed that line that Warwick's put down quite well. And as you can see, he's just trying to close that gap on turn 3.
Remembering it's a chase car too, you're emulating the car in front, you're almost using them a little bit like a clipping zone, a mobile clipping zone out there if you want to try and stay within that proximity. We know that we can see our lead cars, sometimes they go a little bit wide, the inside car might just sacrifice a little bit of angle there to chase up, but I am having a quick look here and Glenn Omerod is driving through in the GT86. That is very unfortunate for the Connect Electrical entry. And that might mean the end of this spell. We'll have to wait and find out. Great to see we do have our pit reporter down there, Tony. We will let you know what is going on there, but Warwick Hill is lined up on his own. Good to see we've Matty's here too. Matt Murphy stepped up into the pro category this year. Got a little bit of assistance there. Won some help, some sponsorship from Zoo Performance, who are really going through the Pro-Am categories and trying to build that up and get more drivers to have a go at the Pro. And these R33 out of the ACT, the Team Blast car.
Yeah, Matty, and obviously that car, it looks unreal too. And Matty's been doing a good job there in Pro-Am, and I think he's going to keep on going.
We'll talk about the step up from Pro-Am to Pro. I mean, this car really still is a Pro-Am style car. Once we go Pro, we pretty much can't turn it back into a street car. They cut the back off them, they lighten the cars up so much. They put custom-made suspension in the rear, so you're not going to take that over and get it inspected by anybody and get it back on the road. So Matty's still sort of on the cusp, I suppose, but he's competing and he's right there in the mix with them.
Yeah, 100%. And as you said, there's a big difference between a Pro-Am and a Pro car, but he's doing great with what he's got out there.
And the biggest feature there is they can run a semi-slick in Pro. So in our Pro-Am, you'll see a radial tyre, which is basically a street tyre you get on your street car at home. You just go to the your normal tyre fitter and get that put on. When we see our Pro cars, they run a semi-slick tyre. It is a very soft compound. It's no different to what you'll see a race car out there with. And they're looking for the maximum amount of grip. And you can really tell when you put a Pro car against a Pro-Am, just the speed difference. Let's have a look at a hot lap, though, that we took earlier today. It was from qualifying, the #1 qualifier, Brodie Marr, fighting his way back in this championship. Your 2022 champion. Can he get back up the top? This weekend will be a big point he needs to make. He needs to get right up there, first or second. And here we go, on board with Brodie Marr. Just clicks the gears in there, doesn't he? Oh, no, this one's doesn't even have the gloves on for this one, but it'll give you a bit of an indication of how the track goes. The big right-hander. It's unsuspecting too as you come back left. You think it's quite easy, but like you say, the undulation of the track, as Tony alluded to before, and it's not a smooth left hand all the way, is it? It's not like it's, I suppose, it's the same angle all the way through. It does change. It tightens up as you exit.
Yeah, 100%, Matty. And as you can see, that on turn 2 there, it does drop away, and it just causes the cars to lose a lot of grip in the front end. You might see throughout the weekend some guys push the front end through that corner. It just needs a lot of commitment there.
It's one of the things I haven't had to battle with so far this season with the rain. We've had rain, hail, cold conditions. I don't think we've had a dry competition from start to finish, and the tyre banks have been building up. They haven't gone through a lot. And now they come to Queensland Raceway, it's warm, it's sunny, and we are going through tyres. And you go down there and a couple of our competitors haven't made it through. They've had some mechanical issues. And people are trying to grab those tyres and put them in their bank. Here we go, though. Glenn Omerod will lead us out over Warwick Hill this time. He did a little bit of a cool-down lap. We know he's chasing some gremlins in the car. The Connect Electrical GT86 gets it into turn 1. And he's on the power, though. Not all the way out on the edge of the track, though, in that outer clipping zone. Let's see how he goes through turn number 2. This is the tricky part, the more technical as he sets himself up. Gets through there nicely. He's opened up a little bit of a gap on Warwick Hill. Look at the difference there. He's not quite alongside him door to door, and he might still be chasing those issues. But Warwick Hill, he's going to finish off those tyres. You know they're probably only going to get 2 runs out of him, and it's all the way down the main straight here at Queensland Raceway. I mean, what do you think of that one, Schultz? Do you think it's a bit of an advantage maybe to Glenn Omerod in that, just by that lead run?
It was definitely an improvement over Warwick's first run. I don't know whether the judges are going to award anything towards Glenn because of that. But both of them put down a good run, and Warwick did close the gap there at the end. As you can see there, Glenn was a little bit shallow on that corner. But the rest of his run was pretty good, making his way out to that outer clip. Transition's good through here, and as you can see, Warwick does try and reel him in at that last section, but Will it be enough, mate? We'll soon see.
And the judges tend to favour that proximity when you're in the chase position. It's not all about taking the line. If the lead driver's not on the line, you definitely need to have that proximity alongside him. Derek Newsom lined up out of New South Wales too. Good to see he's put that sprint car style air filter on the big V8 as well. It gives it that ominous look. I think if you're alongside him, you're going to go, whoa, what's going on here? Now, we need to find out who has come out in this car, because we know Saxon Moyes, unfortunately, missed a couple of rounds due to mechanical issues. And he has now teamed up with Ben Hodges in that car. But it looks like Benny Hodges will take the lead now in the Link ECU entry over Mark McTiernan, who's double entered this weekend in both Pro and Pro-Am. Nice job from Benny Hodges. It's his home track. Surely he's got to put a show up on the ground. Nice air. Mark gets right up on the door as they go through turn number 2. Good angle from Hodges, though. Out to the outer clipping zone. Oh, he's getting really close. Nails that right foot down all the way through the final corner, and look at them emulate each other as they come onto the main straight. They'll have a great conversation, I reckon, as they drive around the track.
Yeah, mate, that was a really good run from Ben there. I did notice that Mark had a bit of a late entry there, but yeah, seemed to piece the rest of the run back together all right.
Yeah, he did. He made up for it, Mark McTiernan, I thought, and Benny Hodges there just trying to keep the car smooth, be super consistent this weekend as he comes out in the S15. And we'll have a look at the Tri-Ace replay now. We'll try and dissect this run right out to the outside. He was almost on the dirt too, as a little bit of handbrake there just to trim the line up a little bit. Nice through the outer clipping zone here, and the transition is where we're really looking. McTiernan really closes the gap. Just trying to see. He got right up over that ripple strip too, trying to stay up with Benny Hodges. We know how powerful that 2J is in that car.
Yeah, you can see Mark had to sacrifice a little bit of line there just to keep it on Benny's door there, and a little bit of looked like understeer coming into that first corner. So we'll see what the next run looks like.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, because he is going to lead out Mark McTiernan over Benny Hodges. And that's, I suppose, if you've got a slightly faster car now, you've got to adjust your style of driving to make sure you can slow that down a little bit. I think Mark might just be a little bit more comfortable. I've seen how fast he's driven in previous rounds. We've had him at the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series. So I think he does have the speed to match. Maybe just wasn't quite comfortable with how he set up into the first corner. We'll have a look here, though. The head down into the first corner, the right-hander sets himself up. Oh, Hodges out really wide. Has to use the handbrake to trim up behind. Doesn't want to make contact. Go the transition back now from Mark McTiernan. At this point, we're watching. Ben Hodges goes really wide. No, the car looks like it's spun out in the background there, and it has. Mark McTiernan now, from a judging point of view, this is where it becomes very, very tricky. Our judges are actually right there on turn 2. They had a front row seat to what happened there. Was it caused by the lead driver, or was it caused by Benny Hodges in the chase? Because that's the difference between winning and losing this battle.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely hard to see, and the judges will have the best point of view from where they are from that, so they'll be able to make the best call. But Mark put down a pretty solid run, and he was very consistent through that one.
Well, next up, it's going to be Matt Murphy and the Team Blast R33 chasing down Kurt Dunn, who has doubled entered this weekend. We haven't seen him do the Pro too much. He has been in the Pro-Am. He's missed a couple of rounds there. He did a little bit of turbo damage in round number 1 down in Winton, and he's had some other commitments when it comes to motorsports. Hasn't been able to make it all the rounds. But it's silver and shiny, and it's out in front at the moment, the SR Power at S15. Nice angle as he goes through here. He qualified quite well up the ranks as well in the Pro. It caught a bit of us just knowing that he's had to change up and put the radial style tyres on it. It upsets the car a little bit. It unbalances it if they have to make some major changes there. But look at him, he goes really wide. He needs to keep it. No, the dirt takes out our clipping point. Kurt Dunn, he is throwing everything at it.
Oh, mate, that was an awesome run, and Kurt's actually staying on a street tyre between Pro and Pro-Am. So he's doing well, and they've got that tyre working well, even though...
Can you believe that? The speed that he's carrying through there on a normal tyre. Let's head down to Tony Bishop, though, in the pits.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Ricky White. He's about to go out on track, but earlier today he did make contact in practice. There was some damage to the tie rod. damage maybe even to the subframe. They've got it back together, they're nursing it, but yesterday absolutely blazing, and it's such an impressive S13 with a 2J. Such a cool car to watch. Check it out.
Yeah, that has been super quick all weekend. The aggression he's shown, he could be one to watch out for. It can go either way when you show that aggression, doesn't it? You can cause a contact, or you can really balk the guy in front of you, or the driver in front of you. You can put them off because they're going, wow, this guy's coming so quick, and they make a mistake. So we'll wait and see how that all unfolds for Ricky White. But look, the car looking a bit... It's got a few panels hanging off of it.
Yeah, I went through and looked at that car yesterday, and it is...
Let's have a look at the Tri-Ace replay, though. This was of Kurt Dunn leading out over Matt Murphy. And Dunn threw it in with a lot of speed in that first corner. Now, Matt Murphy, all he has to do is get to the door of Kurt Dunn. Probably we might see the difference here if Kurt Dunn's still running on that normal street radial tyre, as he takes a big dive down the inside from Matt Murphy, tries to put the nose in on the R33. They switch back as well, and he's going wide. And I think Matt Murphy probably knew that was going to happen at that point. You can see he's just pulled out of the drift.
Yeah, you can see Kurt was late on that transition, which pushed him wide on that turn 3 there. But that entry of his, he was using all the lock that he had there, and that was good. But let's see how this one goes.
Well, we'll see if there's a big speed difference. Matt Murphy kicks the R33 into the first corner. So not a lot of angle either on the exit there, which is surprising from Matt, because he likes to use a lot of angle in the car, and a big straight, and as he goes into turn number 2, that car doesn't look happy. And you spoke about that understeer possibly as I went through that section, and again missing that outer clipping zone. It's almost like it's down on a little bit of power.
Yeah, I think he might have been struggling there with a miss yesterday, so that might have raised its head again and caused him to have some dramas in this run.
Well, now the question is, we've had a bit of a straight in there from Matt Murphy, but Kurt Dunn had one wheel out on the dirt. So they're going to get deductions when it comes to the scoring there. You know, you think Kurt Dunn stayed on the track the second time round. He definitely went through, hit the lines. Well, I know they look at lead versus lead sometimes to see what the difference is. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay. Oh, he's already taken out the cone very, very early in the run too for Matt Murphy. Yeah, there's not a lot of angle, isn't it? He doesn't really set the car up, and if you don't get that right at the start, it's hard to try and get back in that flow and get on the line again.
Yeah, and definitely hard for the chase driver to follow that as well. And as you can see, just struggling. A bit of understeer there. Looks like he's having some mechanical dramas.
Yeah, definitely for Matt Murphy. Strange to see him drive around like that, and we'll wait and see if we can get the results up to find out who has got the win in that battle. As they will drive back in. Of course, we are underway with our top 32 in the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category at the moment, and he's just talking to some of the crew down there, and I think he's probably asking a couple of questions. But he's down on our main straight. Kurt Dunn pulls up as well. We'll have to wait and find out. Talking about something, and they seem to be checking it like they're going to go back out at the moment. This is very confusing from where we sit. Hopefully Tony's got some answers for us down there.
Yeah, look, guys, word on the street is these guys are going again. It was too close to call by the judges, so they're going to send them again. The ruling stage, you can do a bit of tyre check over, make sure your tyres are good to go, but they will be going again.
Yeah, well, Kurt Dunn on the street tyre. I wonder if the street tyres last a little bit longer than the radial. Will we see the semi-slick go out there, or are we going to back this up and change the tyres? He might just be turning the car around. Now, Matt Murphy didn't use a lot of tyre in that second run, so you think he'd probably have a little bit of tread left?
He might, and Kurt, I know Kurt's actually been doing some testing on tyres and seeing how many laps he can get out of them, and yeah, they were getting about 7 laps out of a tyre, so they might be right.
I don't think they're going to risk it. I reckon they're going to pull that in and change some tyres. Why would you this way? You don't want to get knocked out. Here we go, though. Ricky White will chase down Derek Newsom from New South Wales. He's been all the way down to Coolmore Park with us too, taking part in the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series. And look at the smoke show he's putting on, but alongside him, Ricky White, super aggressive, dive down the inside too. Plenty of horsepower in that car. Not a lot of angle though, but he's keeping that proximity. Wow, Derek Newsom all the way to that outer clipping zone on the final corner. We spoke about Ricky White's aggression. It is definitely there, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see him using all the angle and all of that JZ power back there, but he did have that straighten up on turn 3 there before the run was over. So
Yeah, we'll check out the Tri-Ace replay because you really see it here. Newsom fires up the big V8 Sylvia. Look at the speed into turn number 1. Trims it up with the handbrake. Runs it out, not all the way out to the outer curb. Got to find that sweet spot just so they can get that transition back through turn number 2. Now you can see why they're going through tyres every 2 runs. Look at the amount of smoke coming off the rear of Derek Newsom's car. He's a little bit shallow there, but you're right. Ricky White in the background has a bit of a straighten up, and then it's all over for him at that point.
Yeah, I think after that crash this morning in practice, he's battling a few issues there, as you can see with that transition.
Well, let's head down to Tony because there's plenty of action down in the pits.
Yeah, guys, a bit of an update. I'm currently standing in Flash, his pit area, and it's not a Flash car sitting here. I mean, it is, don't get me wrong, but Flash's car has had some clutch issues. Glenn was kind enough to borrow the FD-RX-7, and then they've had a harmonic balancer issue, so unfortunately Flash's day's over, but the great camaraderie around the pits allowing to share cars is absolutely fantastic, but unlucky for Flash this time.
Yeah, that's upsetting. Flash has done really well in his own car. Really stepped it up, going in both Pro-Am and Pro as well in a lot of the rounds, but we've seen him really pushing in that Pro category, starting to make a little bit more horsepower out of that RB in his S15, and wouldn't he have loved to get behind the wheel of that if that had stayed together? Twin turbo to LS,
yeah.
FD-RX-7. I think we all want to get the keys to it.
Yeah, it'd be an awesome car to drive, and it would have been a little bit different for Flash if he got to drive it. And it's a shame that both cars had mechanical issues and put him out for the round.
Yeah, such minor things, but especially when you get to a weekend like this, it's how far do you want to push it? You know, you can fix some things at the track, and there are some things you try to fix them, and then something else goes wrong, and you think, you know, a lot of money invested in these machines.
That's right. They had some harmonic balancer issues with this car, and then the new one didn't sort their issues, so they introduced a couple more issues by replacing it. So, unfortunately for Flash, he'll be on the sidelines watching everyone.
Look, but he'll be having a good time. He loves it here, doesn't he, Flash? He just comes down, he's part of the crew. He really brings a big entertainment vibe wherever he goes. He's got a great personality, and can't wait to see Flash at the final round down in Calder Park. Now, let's talk about the final round. We had a bit of movement with that round. It was originally scheduled in October to go down to Tasmania. That has now changed. So we are going to go on the 4th and 5th of November. We're actually going to go back to Calder Park. And maybe we're going to try a new layout there, but we're going to be able to get the crowd right there. The travel costs to get over to Tasmania and to organise the barge, very difficult for a lot of the drivers at the end of the season because we've seen a fair bit of repairs going on. Also tied in with the Adam LZ tour that's going on over in Melbourne on the same date. So, you know, it's a drift community. Obviously, we don't want to hurt our show, we don't want to hurt their show, and so we moved that back to November at Calder Park in Victoria. Can't wait to head down for that one, so our final round. New dates for that one, 4th and 5th of November. Look, we got a solo run out there on track. It looks like Derek Newsom, I can just tell by the air cleaner out there. Maybe Ricky White has succumbed to those issues with the car. That is very unfortunate. You can really hear it, even though we're not out trackside. I can hear the V8 screaming as he goes around. And look at the rubber falling out the back of the car. It is building up in the back guards, just molten rubber. And any little bump, it falls out so much as they peel off those semi-slicks. All right, the master chef himself, Scott Shembry, didn't qualify as well as he wanted to, taking on the man from Albury, Matty Grice. In the big Group C, Commodore, but a turbocharged LS in the front of that one, taking on an LS alongside it in a 350Z, but it's got 2 turbos. Doesn't mean a thing. They still make big horsepower. Scott Shembry, they had a big incident, didn't he, with Ricky White in testing, and they've moved that rear cradle over about 1 inch. So he is battling a wounded car at the moment. Matt Grice, huge angle as he throws it in. Look at the wheel work he has to do to try and recover so he doesn't go out too wide. Wow, Shembry though, puts the bake on in the 350Z, runs the wheel up a little bit over the ribble strip, they switch back, right up on the door of Gricey. Hard to see through the smoke, but they're side by side. Wow.
What a run.
Sure, see, all right, that gets me on the edge of my seat, I get excited.
Yeah, good. Scott Shembry tapping the roof, he done well there. Gricey obviously laid down a killer killer lead run there. He's been battling some side bite issues in that car. Still, as you can see, he throws that big entry and the car just washes out. He's been battling with that.
Let's have a look at the Tri-Ace replay. And Gricey, I think he went very aggressive with that first question. He had to straighten the wheels so he didn't slide all the way out, go too far wide. Once you get those wheels in the dirt, 2 wheels in the dirt pretty much hands the win over to the other driver. All they got to do is stay on track. But the aggression from Gricey, he keeps pushing. Shembry, though, he gets right alongside of him. These two have to be some of the biggest smoke-producing machines we have out there. And it's not a standard VK Commodore, if you go and have a look at that one. That has an independent rear suspension in it, turbocharged LS. All the back has been cut off. So much work since last round because he actually suffered quite a bit of damage in the rear of that car. And so they've been working tirelessly, nights in the shed, the family, his wife, his kids. So it's great to see that Matty Grice has made it here this weekend. Yeah,
definitely, and it's a very unique car, and he's done a lot of work to get that thing at the level that it's at. It's not just, you can't just buy off-the-shelf parts for that car. Like, he's made, fabricated, and done it all himself. So, and the 350Z, as you said, suffering a bit of damage there. So we'll see how that goes.
Look, the amount of cable ties holding the bars on, I think for the rest of the season, we're not going to worry about it. Look at the speed, though. Shembry gets away, winds the boost up, and the 350 is on fake. Matty Grice tries to stay with him. It looks like he might have gone a little bit wide, but no, he's still on track. Wow, the master chef, Scott Shembry. Can he get through turn 2? Sets himself up, looking for the outer clipping zone. That is squatting hard at the moment. Maybe he needed to move the rear over an inch.
Scott Shembry showing everyone why he's got the nickname Master Chef, and as you see him coming down the straight there, just throwing a couple of munchies for everyone. And Gricey's following him down there as well. Gricey having a bit of a moment there on the first turn, running a bit wide, but he did manage to save it and try to salvage the rest of the run.
I want to have a look at this. They did take off at the same time. That's exactly what I want to check, because look at the jump that Shembry gets now.
So much speed. Look at the aggression on that car. That car has got so much mechanical grip. It would actually be a very hard car to drive, so Scott's doing a great job of it.
And there's been a couple of seasons where that car's had continual gremlins, cutting out, not making power, and I don't know what's happened this season, but he got on the podium last time, round 2. In round number 3, he actually stood on the top step and won that round. Qualifying hasn't quite gone to plan for him, so he needs to get through these battles. Qualified 18th. It's going to be a hard battle, and his teammate on the same side of the battle tree with him too.
Yeah, so if they come up against each other, that'll be an interesting one. So,
talking about unique cars, have a look at this. Patrick Barley in the C6 Corvette. Of course, it's got the big late model V8 in it, taking on Joel Dimmick, and that's a 240Z. So customised in there. You've got the Skyline running gear in it as well, and they've had some issues with driveline this weekend, so hopefully that doesn't succumb to that. Wow, big dive down the inside. Patrick Barley, though, that has so much mechanical grip. It's all controlled by that right foot. When he wants to drive away, he just smashes that right foot to the floor. Listen to that. You can't hear Joel in the background.
No, you can't.
Such a quiet car compared to that Corvette.
Patrick running a very clean run out front there, and as you can see, Joel had to sacrifice a little bit of line just to keep on his door.
See it here in the Tri-Ace replay, can't you? He's saving some RPM there, and you think, what are you doing? But it controls the speed of the car. It's how he adjusts, how he's going to enter the corners as well. It's got all the lock. It doesn't seem to suffer a lot of understeer, that car, especially in dry conditions. He struggled a little bit in the wet the first time we had it down at Winton, but last round he actually got on the podium down in Calder in round number 2 as well. So he pushed through some tough conditions there and managed to get the win. Full carbon fibre body on that one as well. Scott Shembry gets out of the car. He's got a big smile. I reckon with a win or loss, he's going to be happy about that. After what happened only a couple of hours ago, they have worked really hard to repair that car and get it to a point where it could go out and compete at that level.
Yeah, they took a big hit in practice. So, as you said before, they actually shifted the subframe over, damaged all the wires, fab suspension in the rear, and done some damage up the front as well. That collision with Ricky White, and Ricky's car obviously suffered a lot of damage as well.
Well, the Hi-Tec Oils 350Z is going through Tri-Aces very, very quickly. He's wearing them out. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be a tyre fitter as a friend because I reckon you'd be pretty busy today. Patrick Barley not mucking around. He's already lined up and eager to get this next battle underway. Extremely eager. Just trying to see is well, we might have lost our Joel Dimmick. Maybe he's had some issues there. Like we said, he did suffer some driveline issues there. They've been experimenting, I suppose, with stronger axles.
Yeah, so he's gone to a billet drive shaft that it's heat treated, and they can't even keep them on itself. So I think they'll be going back to the standard GDR drive shafts, but let's hope they can get out there for another battle.
Well, James Abbott going to be on a solo run, and I'm just having a look at where Mr. Abbott was when it came to qualifying. He was right up there in third position, so maybe our top three might get a solo run in this top 32. The Hi-Tec Oils S15 Nigella, as it's affectionately known. Jabs will take it out, the 2J powered Nissan, and look at this nice big Scando in, drops the wheel off like he's on a solo run. That's all I say. But I mean, this is the time to test those things out. It's been a couple of hours since he's done some laps on track.
Yeah, that's right. He's been laying down absolutely killer laps all weekend, and very minimal changes to the car. Only a gear change to the car last night, just to change it from having to go into fifth gear, so we can just keep it in fourth and keep that engine where it needs to be.
No, look, now he's down the straight. He's on a solo run. It doesn't matter whether he gets through those tyres. He might pull this up after one run. I don't know. Looks like he might turn that around and come back down pit lane. He only needs to get one done in the solo run. Let's check out the Tri-Ace replay. Another very quick car, got a lot of mechanical grip. And he did throw it in that turn number one. Remembering the sun has been out now. It's just after lunch, a little bit hotter than when the last time he went out on track. Right to that outer clipping zone. Listen to the 2J screaming. It's an aggressive anti-lag setup on that car as well. I love hearing that since they've done that in the last couple of seasons. He's got a little bit of finesse in that line still.
Yeah, there's a couple of room for improvement, but as you said, it's a single run, and he's just going out there and having a bit of fun, as you can see, throwing some big entries back into the pit.
Yeah, you pull up the Hi-Tec Oils S15 now, and I see Patrick Barley also going back into the pits as well, so we'll have to wait and see what's happening with the Joel Dimmick situation out there. Earlier on, though, Tony went down and caught up with last year's series champion, Brodie Marr.
Everyone, I'm joined here with 2022 season champion Brodie Marr. What an awesome season it was last year. The start of this season a little bit more challenging, mate. Talk us through the start of your campaign.
It's pretty much the polar opposite of last year. Last year we hit the ground running, a couple of early wins. We managed to get it, obviously, bring home the championship. This year's been the exact polar opposite. First round we had a diff failure and then a throttle body failure, and didn't even get out there for the competition. So been clawing back points, a couple of good podiums, Calder and then last round at Winton. And yeah, look, I'm feeling good. The car's been good. We've had a few mechanical dramas. Like at Calder, I made a bit of a mistake in the wet. I put myself out, but still third was good. Round three at Winton, we had a couple of car dramas with the front end as well. Once got a competition, and up third, sick of third. Got three first place qualifyings in a row. So the car is definitely working good when it's working. I just need, pull my shit together pretty much.
Yeah, look, it's always about the performance of the vehicle, but you guys have got it sorted now. It's looking really good. Speaking of look, the new wrap, the new livery, and the new partnership, or not so new partnership, but new major partnership. So talk us through the relationship with ACL.
Yeah, so ACL has been a minor sponsor of mine for a little while now. I've actually been running their bearings for quite a long time prior to this. The big SR20, obviously, 1,000 horsepower, 9,500 RPM. Obviously, we pretty much use the best bearings in this motor, which happen to be ACL. They make the best stuff, so it's an awesome synergy for me. They're a local company, they're Australian, they make the best stuff, like it just makes sense. But yeah, awesome to have them on as the major sponsor for the rest of the year. Car looks shinging. There's been a few comments about the gold flag might be a little bit ACL bearing actually itself, but I'm not sure if the rumours are true or not.
Mate, take whatever you can get. It looks fantastic. The car is on song this weekend. Now, talk us through the last round of the championship was going to be in your hometown in Tasmania, But obviously coming into the last round of the series, logistically starts getting really challenging with getting everyone down to Tasmania. The choice was to move it to Victoria, and you spoke to a number of the drivers. So talk us through that process. Are you happy to be in Victoria for the last round?
It would have been so awesome to do the final round at my home track. Obviously for me, especially last year, every track was a new track. It's a little bit nicer this year because I've got a little bit of track knowledge, but it would have been amazing to have it at Simmons with actually a bit of track knowledge and some proper laps. But I guess this is actually a really good kind of awareness what I have to do. The boat is really hard to book. It's a real struggle for me. We have to be booking the boat 6 months in advance to really get on, and it's quite expensive as well. And realistically, just given the time of year that the last round was in, it was pretty much impossible to get on the boat. So a lot of the drivers will find it really challenging to get on the boat, expensive to get on the boat, logistics is going to be hard. So we moved the last round to colder. Quite like running the wall. A bit disappointing I've just jazzed up this new look, but I won't be scared to smash the rear of it off. That's what it takes to get the win.
Yeah, look, and I'm sure we'll get back to Tasmania at some point. It's a great place for drifting in the home track. We'll get you there. We'll get the team there at some point. But look, mate, congratulations on last year. Well done so far this year, and good luck for the rest of today.
No, cheers. We're in striking distance now, so we're back to P4. But yeah, it's simple. I just got to win today. Really easy, really nice and straightforward. Definitely a bit of sarcasm in that, but I really got nothing to lose, so I'll be sending it out there.
Awesome, mate, and well done, and we wish you all the best for today's battles.
Yeah, we're in striking distance. It shouldn't be too hard. 22 points is all he's got to make up if he wants to catch up to Jordan Sanderson. So he really needs to start making sure that he is above Jordan on the podiums. He's got a couple of people between him and a win as well. Here we go. Sammy Marge taking on Saxon Moyes in a borrowed car. It's not Benny Hodges. It's the young gun out of Queensland, and he's doing a fantastic job. Only done a few laps in this car at Mudgee, though. He knows his car back to front. And look at this. He's been doing plenty of laps at Willoughby recently. The Juar RB20 6-cylinder 2-litre is screaming down the lead. Moyes puts it on the door, though. Look at that. Quarter to quarter. Wow, he's got a bit of work to do, doesn't he?
That was an unreal run there from both of the guys. And as you said, Sam Mudge has got that little RB20 absolutely singing. But Saxon in a borrowed car just put it to him.
And we caught up with him earlier and he said, you know, the steering's very different to my car. I'm trying to get used to the setup. You wouldn't be able to tell. Let's check out the Tri-Ace replay from start to finish. He doesn't let much get away too far, knowing how comfortable that Sam is in that car. He loves getting the RPM right up there. It's where he's comfortable in this car. He knows what it's going to do. It's more predictable. And look behind Saxon Moyes. You know, a little bit more unpredictable in the car at the moment in that final corner as they went to that clipping zone. He is right alongside him. I don't even know if there was contact made then.
Yeah, that's a hard one to see. And Sam Mudge putting a good lead run out there, being where he needs to be. But Saxon Moy doing his best just to be on his door that whole run. They're like both the boys there putting down some solid runs.
I can't wait to see what Saxon does in the lead. That is what I'm looking for, is what can he do in a lead run. It's a slightly longer wheelbase. We know when he was coming through the Pro-Am ranks, Saxon Moyes obviously had that 180. So, it's not as big a wheelbase as the S15 really. It's not as long, as wide apart. It's only a slight difference, so whereas we see the 86 is a little bit shorter. Here we go. Saxon Moyes, though, opens up a little bit of a gap. You'd hope the 2J Power would have a bit. Really trims it up with the handbrake. How wide does he want to go in that clipping zone area? It's not bad. Wow, was that a wheel off the ground? I saw a little bit of front tyre smoke, I think, as that was just touching. Like you see the aeroplanes do as they come down. Big angle, whoa, right on the edge of the track. I didn't see any dirt, though.
No, Saxon Moy doing a very clinical run there, and Sam was left a little bit more of a gap than what Saxon did, but we'll see if the judges deduct him for that.
Yeah, we'll wait and find out, because Benny Hodges managed to put that car in 9th position. And we saw Saxon Moyes down in 19th. So that was really didn't get any practice runs, and the car just went straight into qualifying. But he's going to have to battle his way through if he wants to get a win here. Every time that he's had a car go from start to finish without any mechanical issues, Saxon Moyes has put it on the podium.
Yeah.
It's only Tri-Ace replay through that second section. He is on fire at the moment. hard for Mudgee to stay with him, with the pace he's got in that car.
Yeah, that car's definitely got a bit more grip and a little bit faster than Mudgee's little RB20, but he's done a good job chasing there. As you can see, that Saxon filled pretty well every inch of that track where the judges wanted him to be.
I'm just having another look here. I see Saxon's going to lead off here on his own. There's no Sam Mudge at the moment. Good opportunity for Saxon Moyes, I suppose, just to stick it on the line. He doesn't have a car alongside him, just get a little bit more seat time. No need to risk it at this point. We know they're lucky to get 2 laps out of a set of tyres, so maybe might feel that go away a little bit there and go, you know what, I don't need to risk it. Sam's not alongside me. And I'm just trying to see. I did not see Sam actually pull back into the pit, so I'm having a look around to see if we can find him. He must have made it back in there, but that's unfortunate because it's not often we see Sam Mudge with issues.
No, the car's pretty reliable, and being a duo-built engine, you know you've got the right team on your side. So
it's normally the panels that are falling off it.
Yeah, that car's definitely battle ready. Let's say that.
Yeah, he must order them in bulk. All right, next battle is going to be your current leader in the points, Jordan Sanderson, taking the lead over Benke Bruin. Sanderson throwing the big ute in. Bruin behind, spins the car out. Huge advantage to Jordan Sanderson. If his spotter should be on the radio letting him know he doesn't need to take any huge risks, just need to keep it on the bitumen at this point. The Promoter tyres. Holden Commodore Ute around the final corner. Look how wide he goes. He is looking so confident in that car.
Yeah, he's all that seat time's definitely paying off, and definitely showing us why he's leading in Pro and Pro-Am at the moment. Binky having a bit of a spin there, and he might still be suffering some issues with that steering rack that he broke yesterday in practice.
Yeah, it's got to play a little bit with the confidence, I think, too. Let's check out the Trias replay. Jordan Sanderson, very quick car, too. It's not your standard VE Commodore Ute. There is not a lot of weight in the rear. They've got a full Winters set up in that car as well, so a lot of mechanical grip and maybe just trying to follow him in with that same pace.
Yeah, you might have seen the speed and just misjudged that. But as you can see, Jordan hitting all the points where he needs to be, and that car just looks so settled on track, and he's so comfortable in that.
It's not often we see the Commodore Utes become a drift car. Purely Ute is really light in the rear. They don't tend to squat, but yeah, a lot of work been done to that car to make sure it can be really competitive, I suppose, in the Pro category. When we see him competing in the Pro-Am, he's normally got a second car that is different to that. And here we go. Joel Dimmick being brought back on the tilt tray, and you did get a bit of news on this car. Yeah,
so he's actually lost the wheel there, as you can see, and has to be flatbed towed in. Not having a great weekend.
No, they've been through drive shafts. He did say they had a few issues in the front end, but he said, we think we got that sorted. It's feeling better. I'm just trying to get comfortable in the car. I want to put a good weekend together, and once again, it's not going to be for him. Here we go. Jordan Sanderson's going to have to slow his run down, though. Can he do that over Bruin? Well, Bruin's looking a lot more comfortable right out. You see the clipping zone just going past that. Can he switch it back, though? Turn number 2. Not a lot of lock on there. We'll see as he now starts to grab some lock in the background, though. Jordan Sanderson just looks like he's doing this comfortably, lurking in the side mirrors. He doesn't have to push him too far because we know Bruin didn't get a great chase run.
Yeah, Jordan just doing what he needs to do behind him there, and just put down the run he needed to do just to secure him a spot to go forward, unfortunately.
Well, let's head down to Tony, though, because plenty of action down there in the pits.
Yeah, guys, thanks. Here was Saxon Moyes, not driving his own car today, but, mate, looking very comfortable in Ben Odger's S15. Talk us through the different type of car. How are you feeling?
Oh, not too bad, to be honest. It's obviously quite a big shift from the new 8.6 to an older chassis, and it's definitely set up a completely different to my car. But we're making it work. Seems to be going well. Now time to push on, I reckon, to the win, maybe.
Mate, awesome driving, and Sammy Mudge just said, man, he's so fast. So keep going. We'll love to see it.
Cheers, bro. So those Destino tyres right out of there.
Awesome stuff.
Thank
Yeah, isn't it great to have Zestino Tyres supporting such an up-and-coming talent? I mean, can you believe how young he is, 18 years of age, hasn't been around the drift scene too long. I know that the family have been involved in motorsport, but and that's when you talk to his dad, John, down there. He says, mate, whatever we put him behind the wheel of, he takes to it. It doesn't take him long at all to get the grasp of it, and he's come into this series. We saw him just do a round the end of last year. He went to World Time Attack, and that was him sort of stepping out of, I suppose, the local drifting here in Queensland and going to an international event, and then coming to the national event of Hi-Tec Drift Series. This year started so well for him, and then the car just, unfortunately, didn't want to play the game. They've had a bit of time off. It always... When you start hitting engines and gearboxes, it starts adding up. The zeros behind that first number start adding up. Yeah, definitely. And as you know, that 86 that they've got, it's a very well-built car. Unfortunately, they've had a few engine dramas, a few gearbox dramas. Saxon is very young, but his skill level is right up there with the rest of the guys that are in this pro level, and he's putting it to some of the older guys. Yeah, he's definitely taken to some of the guys, I suppose. We want to say older, we want to say the more experienced. Yeah. Yep. The guys with more experience out there are, I suppose he's opened their eyes a little bit there. Look at the damage on that one. The wheel has come off. I can still see the studs hanging out of that. That's, I wonder what the rim looks like. Maybe we've damaged the rim on that. It's a gorgeous car too. Joel Dimmick, it's such a shame to see that car being pushed back into the pits, and it's got to pull at the heartstrings knowing how much work they put into this weekend. They take one step forward, and it seems that they take two steps backwards each time. Yeah, and as you said, like, that's a beautiful car. It's one of the most unique drift cars out there, definitely. Unique is a nice way of putting it. He's got the R35 engine in the front of that one too, and he's gone the full GDR rear end in it. You know, they take a lot out of what the drag races do, I suppose, with those rear ends when it comes to getting components that will actually last with the horsepower they're putting through it. And right down there to have a look at the damage for us is Tony Bishop.
Yeah, guys, down in Joel's pit here. Look, all the wheel studs are intact. It doesn't look like too much damage. It's a bit hard to see at the moment, but the guys are going to get into their 5 minutes and do as much as they possibly can. It is such a shame. They've just been battling mechanical things all weekend. We hope they can get it all sorted for us.
Well, it's right. You do have the opportunity to call a mechanical, don't you? And it's 5 minutes from the moment you put hands on the car. So that doesn't really happen until it gets back to your pit bay. You get everything ready, and then you start 5 minutes to try and repair that car. I tell you what, the team are keen. Yeah, definitely. And 5 minutes goes past very fast when you were trying to repair a car. Let's hope that they can get this thing back on track when we see him. Especially when Patrick Barley's sitting there, probably having a can of Coke, getting his hair done, sitting in front of a fan, just chilling out. The Corvette's on song this weekend. And so he'll be waiting for this one. I'm sure Patrick won't want to take the win because of this. He'll want to go through to the battles, but I know Patrick Barley, if he does get through, he will be taking on Chris Sadler in the next battle. Another big Commodore Ute, another local Queenslander as well. So we'll have to wait and see who gets the win out of this one. Joel Dimmick, it is now counting down. He had 5 minutes mechanical called. You see the rim there. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from our opening round, the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. And it was Warwick Hilton, Zestino E46, and Glenn Omerod in the Connect Electrical 86. We know Glenn's had a few little issues with this one. They put on a couple of good lead runs though from both cars, and then we saw a couple of issues there for Warwick Hill in the chase position, and Glenn Omerod got the win. Then it was Kurt Dunn taking on Matt Murphy in the Team Blast car. Matt Murphy had a big straight and though as the chase car, and that really is what caused him to unfortunately not get the win that time around, and Kurt Dunn will go into the next round. Then it was Matty Grice, the big horsepower, the turbocharged LSs. Scott Shembry went hard, and looks like he may have got the win in that one there. So Scott Shembry will go through to the next round as well, taking out Matty Grice. Of course, we saw James Abbott on a solo run there in Nigella, and he managed to just go out there, get a bit of practice in the cars. Our top 24 highlights in the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. Sam Mudge took on Saxon Moyes in a borrowed car, and Saxon Moyes in that lead run dominated and got himself the win. No surprise, Jordan Sanderson leading our championship was not going to give that one up too easily, and unfortunately for Bruin spun the car out there in the chase position, turn number 1. That's a disadvantage, and from there it's all over.
Unfortunately, yeah, he did spin in that first corner, and Jordan done everything right there.
Well, let's head down to Tony because he can see the wheel now. What's going on?
Yeah, guys, down in Joel's pit, the crew are working feverishly to get this done. But I'm here with Patrick Barley, and they were obviously battling together. It's not the way you want to win a battle, potentially, but look how you're feeling about your day so far.
Yeah, well, they're sticking the wheel on right now, so glad to see Joel getting them back together. And yeah, he had a pretty good chase on me, but I was sitting at the start line and no one was coming. I was waiting, and apparently he was sitting in the sand pit for a little while there, so great to see him back out there. And let's finish this one off.
Yeah, look, your car, you look really in control today. It's looking really good. We want to see this battle go right to the end. It looks like wheel nuts are going on, guys. I think we're all good, and we're going to be right to go again.
Yeah, interesting. I'd like to know if there's any damage to that rim or whether that is just the nuts have come off that car. That's a strange one there because we haven't seen them have to do any wheel stud changes or anything like that. So it's a strange one to happen. Unfortunately, look at the front splitter on that car, a whole heap of damage for that one. But in true drifter fashion, a drill and some cable ties, we'll get that back together for what we need to do. Patrick Barley watching on. Look, how comfy is he? Yeah, we hope we can battle this one out. It's really easy when I'm standing in the shade, not having to do anything to my car, just having some cold water, standing around in my suit. Oh, Patrick Barley. He's looking for another podium, though. Now based down in Melbourne, Victoria, previously from Darwin, Northern Territory. I know his crew are still based up there. His dad, based up in Darwin, comes down and works on the car when he can. Flies in a little bit early before the meet, so they do so much work on that car. The little changes, and they've experimented with so many things on that C6 Corvette as well when it comes to steering racks and things like that, suspension setups. They come from a different generation, I suppose, and a lot of different motorsports, their background more in the speedway and circuit racing. So they've tried lots of different things that people weren't expecting, but it's working in the Corvette.
Yeah, they've brought a couple of interesting little things into the sport, and look, most of them have worked. And as you said, that the Corvette's got a bit of a custom front end that he's built, and they're using a Nissan cradle in the rear of it. And obviously got that Corvette chassis sitting underneath, and it's definitely a very unique car, that's for sure. He's actually got 2 engines that he uses for the car, so he calls it his big engine, his little engine, and he just changes them out for different tracks. And yeah, they're definitely right into this sport, and he's having a good crack.
Yeah, well, they don't do things in halves. Look at this. Joel Dimmick is putting the steering wheel back on. They've had a quick check with the rattle gun on that front rim once again. I can't believe that's just come off, and you will try and take this car out again. All right, looks like we might have got that done in 5 minutes. How quick was that to get the Datsun repaired? Did anyone tell Patrick Barley, has he got back in the car yet?
Oh, I hope so. And yeah, congrats to Joel for getting that car back out there. It's great to see him back on track.
Yeah, a little bit worse for wear, but that doesn't mean anything when it comes to drift battles. I can hear the Corvette, they're rumbling down pit lane right behind Joel Dimmick. We are going to get this battle started once again. Unfortunately, Joel Dimmick losing a wheel in their first battle. Patrick Barley, that car, just so much grip. That's where it really gets it for me. You can see how much the suspension is working in that car. Really hard to chase when you've got so much horsepower potentially. We know they're going to put the big motor in for this track. It's fast, it's flow, and we're using outer clipping points. The moment we say outer clipping point, we know it is, you know, big RPM, huge wheel speed, and it's really how he's going to hold on to the tyres. Now, we went down and spoke to them. They're not worried. They've got plenty of tyres, so they will change them when they need to.
Yeah, and Patrick was actually out there doing a bit of tyre testing in the pits over the weekend and checking out some different compounds and stuff like that. So it'd be interesting what comes out of that.
Yeah, you never know. And you notice they run a slightly smaller tyre on that car. You see everyone sort of running the 18s. I'm pretty sure that's got 17s on it. So they're experimenting with a few little different things with the different tyre sizes and where they might flex and things like that. And I'm sure it's all in the black book for Alan. He'll know what's going on. Scrubbing zone set up, and if you don't know what the scrubbing zone is, if you're watching us on the live stream, well, welcome, firstly, but scrubbing is there just to get a little bit of temperature in the tyres, make them nice and sticky for the run. Once they start to cool down, they'll go a little bit hard on the surface, they'll slide around, they'll get a little bit greasy, but just a little bit of a, well, we call it scrubbing. It's pretty much a burnout, a little bit of a burnout.
Yeah,
no standstills or anything like that. Nothing stupid.
No, you just want to get some temp in those tyres just so you're confident into that first corner. Obviously, you want some drive off of the line, and then plus you just want that front end grip turned into turn one. Obviously, the tyres are going to heat up pretty quick after turn one, turn two. But yeah, you just want that little bit of temp just before you take off the line.
Mate, the rear tyres are going to be melting. That's what they're going to be doing. Absolutely melting. All right, Joel Dimmick. How confident are you, though? Your wheel's just gone. You know, all you're going to hear is that V8 Corvette alongside of you.
Yeah, it might have knocked the confidence out of him. Losing the front wheel would be a bit of a shock to the system, and so let's see how they go.
Well, we're about to find out. Joel Dimmick's going to lead us out over Patrick Barley. Barley's not going to give him any space at all, I'm sure. Well, they're going very shallow, but Barley follows him in. It really upsets his line. Dimmick now motors on as they transition back, and look at Barley emulating him. He's having to do a fair bit of braking. Little puff of smoke from the front tyre. Switch back now onto the main straight. Tell you what, the second half, oh no, a bit of a straight in there for just a moment, and Patrick Barley may have made contact, but he was sideways at angle as well. So for me, it's a bit of a bobble there from Joel, possibly, but that first corner was not nice.
No, there was a bit of a bobble coming into turn one, which also obviously offset Patrick a little bit as well, and then obviously turn three, obviously a bit of a bit slight straight in there for Joel. So
we'll check out the Tri-Ace replay. This will really show us in shallow up over the rebel strip, and Patrick Barley follows him, trying to emulate the car in front of you. You're almost, they're not a mobile clipping point, but you kind of are as you follow them in, because you want to try and keep that proximity. Again here, they go through turn two, they switch back, and I'm just looking to see what happens here. It's a lot of lock. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's lost power at all there. Maybe he just thought he was going to over-rotate for a second and has backed off.
yeah, it's hard to say. Hopefully it's not another drive shaft issue, I don't think, because obviously he got back on it and got the car sideways again, but both drivers having a bit of a straight in there, so it'll be a tough one for the judges to go forward with that.
All right, our next couple of cars are lined up and ready to go, and I'm just going to confirm who has taken the win out of that one. Waiting for that to update in our system, as it looks like we are probably going to go over to our Zoo Performance Pro-Am battles up next. That was the final of our Pro. So our Pro-Am battles up next. All thanks to Zoo Performance, doing a fantastic job. Of course, check out all their products. You can find them on all the social medias. They've got fuel rails, they've got some tyres, they've got turbos, intakes. They're doing the winter's diffs as well. They're bringing them into the country, hard to get. They're doing G-force gearboxes. Look, they pretty much, all your hoses, fittings, anything you need to build your next drift car, project car, drag car. It doesn't matter what it is. Go and check out Zoo Performance for us, as Mark Materna now is going to chase down Sean Mickelhatton in the 180. Mickelhatton, look at him, the Irishman, sets himself up. We are in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am, and Mark Materna in his Pro-Am car understeers and will fall back quite a bit from Sean.
Yeah, Sean had a bit of a late entry, bit of a bobble coming into that first initiation, so I'm just wondering if that put Mark off to understeer through that first corner.
Well, you won't be happy about that for Mark. Look at him in the background. He's having a good time. He's got two cars here this weekend, racing in Pro and Pro-Am. There's Joel Dimmick's car as he goes back into the sheds. I'm just updating our sheet to see if we do have a result from that one. Nothing has come through it yet. Wait and find out if we do get a result between Patrick Barley and Joel Dimmick. Let's check out the Tri-Ace replay though. Sean was out in front. He said slightly went offline there, didn't he, at the start? That might have upset Mark.
Yeah, it was a bit of a late initiation, and I think that it's put Mark off a little bit. And I think he thought that he was going to initiate sooner, but he didn't. So I think it started driving through those front wheels, and he couldn't come back from it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Mark Materna. And like you say, doing double duties this weekend, a lot of seat time. It is an advantage if you can get in there, but two different cars as well, two different tyres. It's a whole different setup there. Just confirming Patrick Barley has got the win over Joel Dimmick. Not really surprised there, I wouldn't think.
No, yeah. Patrick, obviously his lead run was pretty flawless, hitting all those points, and he only just had that slight straighten into that first initiation, so good on Patrick.
Here we go, top 16 of the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. This time, Mark McTernan will set the pace. He will lead us out over Sean Mickle-Hatton. We are waiting. Our judges are getting ready. They are stationed just over there near turn number 2, so they can see all 3 corners. They have the best spot in the house. We went over and checked that out last year. It's a great track here at Queensland Raceway. The facilities just keep getting better and better. And here we go, massive throw into here, a big mungie there. I think he put a little bit too much angle on that one. Still manages to get the car through turn number 1, and he's driving away from Sean at the moment, and Sean will have to do everything he can to try and dive down and get that proximity back. Not the cleanest run from Mark out in front, but he's put together, it's solid. Sean Mickle-Hatton just can't match the pace.
As you can see, Mark had a huge gap out on that first initiation, but Sean reeled him in on the rest of the track. But Mark doing a good job, considering this is his second car that he drives, so it would be hard getting out of one car, getting straight into another, and obviously they drive a little bit differently.
There, the Trias replay showing us he's getting a little bit wild out there. I think he's just wanting to just get the RPM up and put a show on for the crowd, Mark McTernan. I don't know who he's waving at then either. I see the hand go up. It looked like he gave a little wave to the crowd.
Bit of a wave to the crowd. Yeah, bit of a show. And a big mungie down the straight.
You know you're very comfortable in the car when you've got time to take a hand off the wheel. When you're doing this, you're going over 100 kilometres an hour sideways, and you've got time just to hold on one hand, take it easy.
Yeah, you're definitely comfortable if you're just one arm in it, especially what they call it, fat arm in it.
Oh, we'll wait until we get a result on that one too. Our top 16 for the Pro-Am. Well, thanks to Zoo Performance. So we've got the S15 lined up next. Good to see quite a few Pro-Am people joining us this weekend here at Queensland Raceway. We know they do quite a few events here out there on the back. They've got the drift playground out the back there is quite large to get around as well. Good opportunity if you want to come down to Queensland Raceway and have a little bit of fun.
Solo run, hitting all these clipping points with that Skevis Racing SR20. That was built quite a while ago, that engine, and proven that it's still holding together. All the SR fans out there.
There's a couple. Can you believe Scott Shembury is a major SR fan?
I can believe that, and he's very true to heart with that. And but yeah, Tim's putting down a very clean run for a solo run there. Scott Shembury would be listening to that. He'd be jealous. He would be. That's what he will be. He's probably on the pit wall there, just soaking it in.
He'll be frothing.
Missing the days of Treno.
Oh, the Trias replay was a solo run, qualified in 5th position, meaning that doesn't have a match-up in the top 16. So just gets to do a solo run. They don't all choose to come out here if they do get the opportunity to have a solo run. Was meant to take on Johnny Burns, who qualified 12th. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Johnny has made it out onto the track. It's a bit of a shame. Good for Timmy, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Kieran Ratcliffe also on a solo run. He was right up there when it came to qualifying. 2nd position for Kieran Ratcliffe, and he is in the mix when it comes to the Pro-Am Championship points, currently sitting in 3rd. He's got a little bit of a gap there, though. It's 66 points to our leader, Jordan Sanderson, but Kieran Ratcliffe is up for the task, I'm pretty sure. He's seen a couple of podiums already.
Yeah, that was a great run with Kieran there. He's hit every point that the judges have asked for, so I think he's going to move forward and have a good run for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look at where he's going to come. He could come down to whether he takes on Sam Mudge or Matty Walters, a couple of tough competitors. Sam Mudge has done really well in the Pro-Am. I know he's been throwing his hat in the ring when it comes to the Pro categories, but when it comes to the Pro-Am, he's currently sitting in 2nd position. Now they're going to battle that out in the top 8, so that's going to be very early if Sam Mudge does go through, which is unfortunate when they're so close in the championship. We probably would like to see them in the top 4 have a battle.
Yeah, definitely, and both great drivers, and And Sam Mudge is just an absolute character down there in the pits, isn't he?
Yeah, walking around with his GoPro and just, taking the piss out of the mickey out of anyone he can get hold of, really.
Yep.
Wait and see what that produces on social media. Anything could come out of that one here. Tyres being changed in the back of Patrick Barley's Corvette at the moment. Good to see Patrick's just cooling down.
Yeah, he looks pretty relaxed there, doesn't he?
Yeah. Maybe just putting a little bit of a spacer on here, though. They've decided to go with a little bit of a change setup in the car. Not too much tread left on that tyre. I don't know if they're going to try and take that out for one more lap. We'll have to wait and find out. But the man with all the updates who's down there in the sun, Tony.
Yeah, guys, down in Patrick Barley's pit area, if you can see that, that is a snapped wheel stud on the spacer. Nothing too concerning. I mean, the guys have just got it sorted. Patrick's just sitting here chilling. He just handed me that. He's obviously confident. You get the win in that last battle, mate. Feeling good?
Yeah, today must be a National Check on Your Wheel Studs Day. It's one of them days today. So, yeah, the win was great. Joel was pretty wild to chase. I love watching that thing. It's one of my favorite drift cars, actually. So, yeah, coming here and running with him at his home track, yeah, great time.
Awesome stuff, mate. Wish you all the best for the next battle.
One too many ugga-duggas.
Couple. Yep.
Just a couple too many ugga-duggas. They wear them down over time. Kurt Dunn is back out in Pro-Am to take on Benke Bruin is coming out. Wow, a lot of double entries here this weekend. I suppose more seat time, the betting may take advantage of the Hi-Tec Oils Series being in your home state. Kurt Dunn, well, there was a moment there, wasn't there? I think a big pedal there from the SR.
It was. He's done well to get it back, though.
Yeah, Bruin in the background has had a little bit of a straight in there for a moment. I don't know if it was really caused by Kurt Dunn. I wouldn't put it down to that. Dunn. He's had a couple of rounds off, but it's good to see him. That was a nice run from Kurt Dunn.
Yeah, he's been doing great, and unfortunately, Bruin just having a couple of straightens behind him.
Qualified in 4th position, Kurt did. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay. Throws it in nicely, a little bit of trimming there with the handbrake. Nice and wide too, trying to get to that outer clipping zone. I'm not quite sure what happened there, whether it's just modulating the throttle maybe to find enough traction as he went a little bit wide. Turn number 2 though, looks like he's got through there nicely. Final corner. You know, you can pick up a couple of small things wrong there with what Kurt done, but overall that is a really solid run.
Yeah, overall he's done great. He's hit all his points, and unfortunately Bruin just couldn't put it together behind him. But Kurt having a good weekend.
Yeah, he's going some rounds as well. Hopefully, Kurt Dunn. We won't say that yet because he needs to get through this one. He's going to have. If he does win this one, he'll go to Tim Constantine's battle. That one's going to be tough.
Yeah, yep. And we'll see on this next run who will take it home.
Can he do it? Bruin now in the lead. He'll set the pace. What does Kurt Dunn do to try and modulate the speed and the angle? Oh, Bruin. He comes in a little bit shallow there, but look at the speed he's got on the car. And no, 2 wheels off in the dirt. He's going to spin round. Dunn does really nice to avoid contact in that one. That pretty much hands the win to Kurt Dunn.
It does. They both had very good entries there, and it was looking like it was going to be a bit of a nail biter of a run, but unfortunately Bruin lost a bit of the grip and spun it around.
Yeah, he's going to finish off the drift though. You can see Bruin there. Won't matter, seeing he had the spin, caused Kurt Dunn to spin. The big advantage now, especially since we saw the lead run from Kurt as well, I will expect that he will go through into the next round. And yeah, he's going to be taking on Timmy. That one's going to be a fantastic battle to watch. At the moment we're going through our top 16 in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. We didn't quite have 16, so there's a number of cars that are going to go straight through. We'll check out our Tri-Ace replay though. And this is with Bruin leading, went out really wide, and the wheels went out in the dirt, and after that, very hard to get that back. Car spins out. Kurt manages to avoid making any contact, and he gets a massive advantage in this battle. Well, we are back out on track, and it's Sam Mudge taking on Matty Wilder's car doing double duties, the E46 BMW. Being driven in Pro by Warwick Hill, but in Pro-Am, it's Matty Walters, the Hulk. Sam Mudge switches the car back. Yes, he's entered in both categories as well. Look at him going, Mudgey. Matty Walters are right alongside. They've been chasing the gremlin in that car, but it looks like it is going strong at the moment.
Yeah, Matty Walters putting a good chase run there, and Sam Mudge doing a good lead run. For someone in a borrowed car, Matty Walters is he looks pretty comfortable in it.
He does a fair bit of work on that car as well. You might find that although he may not drive the car that much, he knows the car very, very well. Here's a Tri-Ace replay. Sam Mudge really sets the car where he wants to. He's comfortable at speed. He loves high-speed entries. Doesn't matter what track we go to, he does not want to slow down. Matty Walters will be impressed staying with him.
Yeah, definitely, and Sam Mudge very comfortable in that car. As you could see in the transition back onto turn 3, he looks back at Matty Walters to see where he was, and Matty Walters was right there on his door.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them turn around. What does Matt Walters have for us? Is he faster than Mudgey? That is the question. The car itself has plenty of horsepower. 2J on board, you know, the BMW chassis is very balanced. We see them over in Europe used so many times for drift cars, and now they're getting more and more popular here in Australia. The price of them, I suppose, as a roller has come down quite a bit. Here we go. What can he do? Matty Walters opens up a small gap on Sam Mudge. He won't have that, though. Look at him sacrifice a little bit of line as he closes that proximity up. Nice emulation as they switch back into turn number 2. Final corner. Wow, this one's going to be close, but here it is. The difference between Matty Walters alongside Sam Mudge and Sam Mudge not quite alongside Matt Walters. That could be the difference, just a minor thing.
Yeah, definitely. Matty Walters using all of that track on turn 1 and putting down a very solid lead run. As you can see here, he's using every inch of that track there. Sam Mudge is on his door, but I think around about here, that's where it starts to create a gap. But Sam's still doing a great run behind him there.
Yeah, the switch back. Wow, Mudge got all the way out to that clipping zone, but you can see how much speed that wash off. He didn't quite have the flow of the line at that point. He'd come off where he's comfortable in the line. You can see how he just dropped away there from Matty Walters, and we'll wait and confirm the results as they come in to us here in the commentary booth. So we'll wait and confirm those results for you, ladies and gentlemen. There's a few going through to our top 8 when it comes to the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. At the moment, looks like Jordan Sanderson will take on Sean Michael-Hatton in the next round. Kurt Dunn will take on Tim Constantine. And then we'll have Kieran Ratcliffe taking out the winner of this battle when we get it in a moment. Nathan Childs will take on Colin Keogh. That'll be your top 8 when it comes to the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. Just waiting for that to be updated to confirm whether it was Sam Mudge or Matty Walters that will go through to the next round. In the meantime, our pros will be back out on track, all thanks to the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category at the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series here, Queensland Raceway. The penultimate round means we've only got one more to go, and it has moved, ladies and gentlemen, to the 4th and 5th of November at Calder Park. Let's have a look at our battle tree now for our pro category. Brody Maher and Glenn Omerod are going to fight it out, and that's a tough one to come up straight away. Benny Barnes taking on Mark McTernan. Aaron Tuar and Kurt Dunn will battle it out. Philip Silk and Derek Newsom. Good to see Silky back here at the Hi-Tec Drift All-Star Series. Roger Jansen, Scott Shembry's going to be another fantastic battle. Patrick Barley and Chris Saddle at the Battle of the V8s. James Abbott and Saxon Moyes. Then it'll be Jordan Sanderson and Benny Meir. That is going to be an impressive top 16 when it comes to the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category.
Some good names against each other there.
Some huge names against each other there. We'll have to wait and see how that will play out. Top 16 for your Hi-Tec Oils Pro category right now. Brody Maher. Well, his brand new livery. He's got the new major sponsor. ACL Race Series bearings. They keep that SR20 under check, 1,000 horsepower and over 9,000 RPM, and Glenn Oberon's going to have to go with a wounded 2J. We think he might have some turbo issues. Look at the speed though, Brody Marr. The side skirts are dragging on the ground as it squats. Wow, is it lifting the front wheels up as he goes through turn 2. Clinical. No surprise, we saw him in the number 1 qualifier, and that's exactly what he's done. Just gone out, stuck it to exactly where the judges wanted. A fantastic run in the lead from Brody Marr. Can confirm Matt Walters took the win there out of his battle with Sam Mudge. So Mudge out very, very early, and that'll hurt him second place in the championship for Pro-Am. Let's have a look at the Tri-Ace replay though. Brody Marr looking so comfortable in the car. I think probably after round 1 where he broke a couple of different things throughout the drive line. He also had that butterfly issue with the throttle body. The confidence starting to come back, and what did he say in his interview earlier? He goes, I'm sick of having third. I've had third twice. We're going higher. We're taking this all the way. He's been the number 1 qualifier at every round so far, or 3 rounds now. He's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, and he's that lead run showing the skill level of his driving there as well, and that 1,000 horsepower billet block SR20 just absolutely singing now 9,000 RPM. It's a good noise on the ears, isn't it? Yeah,
it's a great noise on the ears. I'm just checking Glenn Omrod because he did this last time as well. He ended up doing a lap and then going back and lining up. So it might be an overheating issue there, which is why they just want to lap the car around, make sure they get some fresh air at the intake. But he is coming into the pit lane area. Glenn Omrod, is this battle over? We'll wait and see as Brody Marr.
So Glenn Omrod has got there's oil pressure issues, so what they're actually doing is coming in after each lap and topping it up with oil. They're actually got it overfilled, but it's then filling up their catch can with the overfilling, and so they need to come in, drain that oil out, top the engine oil back up, and get back out there after each run. So it's very risky for Glenn to do this. It's dropping oil pressure after each run, so as you know, engines need oil, and
a good oil.
Yeah.
Like a Hi-Tec oil.
Like a Hi-Tec oil.
Go and see George. He might have an additive for you if you want to take that down there. As, the sun is gleaming down here this afternoon. It's a glorious day at Queensland Raceway. We're just about an hour west of Brisbane Airport. Nice, casual 45, 50-minute drive to get out here from the airport. Weather is supreme, especially when it's still freezing down south, and we see that luscious mullet. Aaron Dewar about to come out in the big Dewar-powered LS. 427 cubes of goodness in the front. It's carburetted. He loves to rev it well past 8,500 RPM. It is a smoked machine. We'd love to see him and Scott Shembry along side by side.
Oh, they're both cloud monsters, and as you said, there's Dewar Performance 427, 900 horsepower, 9,500 RPM. And he loves to use every single bit of it.
Let's have a look at the top 16 highlights from the Zoo Performance Pro-Am category. This is a solo run there from Timmy. Didn't need to push the car too much. Kieran Ratcliffe as well decided, you know what, I'm going to take opportunity of this solo run to get a lap in, just make sure my eye is still in when it comes to our battles. But this was a great one. Kurt Dunn out in front. Bruin tried hard. It was a gallant effort as a chase car, but as the lead car, he went a little bit wide. 2 wheels off onto the dirt, spun out. Kurt Dunn had to try and avoid him and got the win. It was Sam Mudge taking on Matty Walters, borrowing Warwick Hill's car. It was a great first run there where we saw Mudge in the lead, but it was in the chase position where we saw Matty Walters really step up and use the advantage, I suppose, of the mechanical grip in that BMW, and manages to scrape through for the win in the first round of the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. So our top 8 are set and ready to go a little bit later. So we look, Aaron Dewar is getting ready to come out. It says here he's going to take on Kurt Dunn. Now he has had to turn that car around very quickly. It was only 10 minutes ago we saw that car out on track.
Yeah, lucky they've got a well-known guy down there in the pits helping him out. So
knows a thing or two, you reckon?
Knows a couple of things about drifting. So.
All right, Glenn Omrod is going to lead us out. He's been in. He's probably drained the breather tank and topped it up with oil. The Connect Electrical 86 is not giving up this weekend. Brody Marr Needs to stay in the championship fight. Needs to keep winning these battles. Now he puts the nose in. How close does he want to get? Glenn Omrod's doing a nice job out in front. At the moment, the Connect Electrical 86 comes around the final clipping point. Oh, he's right on there too. Did Brodie Marr do enough to get the win?
Yeah, and there was that bit of a straighten up from Brodie. I don't know where he's had a bit of a mechanical issue there. We'll soon see.
Let's check out the Tri-Ace replay. So we'll have a look for that. Flicks it in. Glenn Omrod sets the car up through turn number 1. Came out reasonably wide. Brodie Marr sacrificed a little bit of that line to make sure he could get the proximity back up and against him. Turn 2's always very tricky when you really haven't set yourself up with the correct exit out of turn 1, and you're right, a big moment there when he straightens up, and you know, will that offset what Glenn Omrod did as a chase driver?
Yeah, well, I think what's happened there on that transition, I think Brodie's lost a bit of front end grip, and it's caused the car to straighten up.
We know they were working on that car a little bit as well in the pits, so they're not going to be too happy if they're putting that on the trail early. A big trek up from Tasmania, like he said, he has to book the barge, you know, 12 months in advance, and it's not cheap to do so. He doesn't leave the car here on the mainland. He takes that car home after every meet, and he checks those ACL Race Series bearings. Mark McTurnan will set himself up. Look, he's getting ready to go. Benny Barnes alongside will lead us out. Here we go, Ben Barnes leading. I'll set himself up for the first corner. Sets the angle nicely, carries it through the corner. Mark McTurnan trying everything he can in the background, and you know, he's held onto it. He needs to try and catch the car in front, get that proximity back. Final corner, and Ben Barnes, he is really pushing those outer clipping zones.
Yeah, that was a very, very clinical run for Ben there. New build for Benny too. It's, he was saying that he hasn't got a lot of seat time in this car, but you wouldn't tell.
Seat time is usually king, but sometimes you just get the feel for a car, don't you? Get in it, it does everything that you expected it to do, and he's looking very comfortable as you check out the Tri-Ace replay. Pushing it all the way to the outer edge of the track limits on the clipping point. Ben Barnes, and he's just controlling that throttle so he can maneuver the car wherever he wants to put it. Comes back in the final corner, and a big advantage for him. Well, we will turn them around. Can he do what he needs to as a chase car? Mark McTurnan looks much more comfortable in the lead when he sets his pace. He knows where his points are, where he's got to throw the car in.
Back in his pro car too, so he's probably a little bit more comfortable maybe.
Must be hard going between a radial tyre and a semi-slick tyre as well, because so much grip to just some grip.
Definitely. The chalk and cheese really. So it's a bit of a learning curve, just jumping out of one car with a street tyre to a full-blown semi-slick.
All right, he takes off. Mark McTurnan doesn't want to go too hot into turn number 1. Needs to slide it through here. Look how close Benny Barnes is. I don't know if they made contact, but he spins out on turn number 1. Lost in the smoke. Mark McTurnan will have a big advantage if he can bring this one home. And the smoke show goes on through the final corner. Yeah, and Barnes backs off.
Look at all that smoke that car's producing. That was a very aggressive entry into that first turn that Mark's done. And I'm wondering if that sort of threw Benny off a little bit into that in that turn 1. Unfortunately, Benny spinning out there.
Yes. Yeah. What will the judges say? Was it caused by the lead driver? We don't want to say that, but I mean, obviously that's what they have to look at. They have to make that decision.
That's right, and they got the best vantage point down there to assess that.
Let's have another look at the Tri-Ace replay. Mark McTurnan out in front. This is what we're all checking. This turn number 1. Oh, I don't know. It's very hard to tell from this angle. It doesn't
Yeah,
look
it's
like
hard.
he made too much contact there at all, and I don't think it was a deliberate contact. We know they can sort of bump and grind as they go through the corners, as long as it doesn't upset the line of the lead car.
That's right. I think Benny's probably come in a little bit hot after that initiation and probably thought, I'm going to go into Mark's door or I can turn it around. So he's opted just to turn the car around to avoid a bit of contact.
Well, as you can see, working furiously down in the pits is Glenn Omrod's crew. You can see Patrick Barley now helping out as well, getting his fellow driver out there. And Tony's down there to find out what's going on.
Yeah, guys, in Glenn Omerod's pit, and the amount of oil coming out of the catch can looked huge, mate. Are you feeling all right?
Yeah, feeling better than ever. I mean, the car's not the greatest at the moment, but we're pushing on, and I mean, the team's awesome. We even got Pat here on the water sprayer, so we're ready to go.
Awesome stuff. And Brody's got a 5-minute call, so they're working on a clutch issue. It's all happening.
So I assume that means we're going to get one more time out of that battle as well. Here we go, Aaron Dewar. He's already lit the tyres up. The big V8. He's got to have a horsepower advantage over the poor little SR of Kurt Dunn. Just the noise it would put through your car. It would rattle your head inside the helmet. Aaron Dewar qualifying in 4th position. He loves these fast-flowing tracks. Gets him excited. We love the mullet just going with the breeze, flopping around behind his helmet.
Everyone on the pit wall psyching him up too. He's definitely a bit of a crowd favourite, old Dabs, isn't he?
Oh, a crowd favourite, a fan favourite. Look at this, just trims it up with a handbrake. Maybe just cuts in a little bit shallow there. I think that if you're going to pick at that, Kurt Dunn in the background there, but look at the speed.
It's his first battle too today, so he hasn't had many battles today, so coming out swinging.
Yeah, Kurt Dunn not really doing too much wrong as a chase driver there, unfortunately, and just not being able to match the speed of Dewar with the semi-slicks on, plenty of horsepower, big wheel speed as well. Dewar's problem is going to be is will those tyres last 2 runs?
That's his biggest issue, and even though the car's only 1,050 kilos with him in it, it still turns those tyres at a rate that doesn't make them last.
And it pushes them into the ground. That's what the suspension is designed to do, to try and find that grip. And when it does that, it takes a lot of tread off the tyres. It doesn't just melt it away, it tears it off.
That's right, and they're actually having an issue of keeping body panels on the car at the moment because it's melting the body panels off it at the moment.
Oh, it sounds like a terrible problem to have. Kurt Dunn will lead us out this time. Aaron Dewar will need to chase, and it's going to be a very different run for him, not the high speed that we saw before. It's going to be a little bit slower. He's not worried about it, just getting a bit of silver wrap on his car, but we'll wait and see how aggressive Aaron Dewar wants to be as he follows him into turn number 1. It's not too far. The proximity is not getting out of control at this moment, but I haven't heard Dewar even get into the big rev range yet.
No, I think he's just opted to take a bit of a safer option. As you can see, he's reeling him in a little bit here. Kurt doing an awesome run out front and hitting all the lines where he should. Have a bit of a shallow up on that last 3rd corner there, and as you can hear, Dabs just roaring past that 427 singing.
Look, he knows those tyres aren't going back on. You may as well finish them off. Here we go, the Tri-Ace replay. Kurt Dunn with the lead. Dewar just tucks the car in behind him. Waits to get alongside, gives it a little bit of accelerator just so he knows that he is there. The thud from the exhaust from Aaron Dewar will wake any driver up. Again, Kurt Dunn isn't really doing anything wrong there. It's just how much speed Aaron Dewar has, and is that what the judges are going to be looking at? Will they be saying Kurt Dunn's done a good solid run, but it just didn't have that speed that was enough to get the win? We'll have to wait and find out. I'll try and update our screen as we go, give you all the winners. Well, good to see Silky back, taking the lead run over Derek Newsom, who had a challenge coming into this next round, the top 16 here of the Pro Class. Nice job there from Silky. He took a big hit. very early in practice yesterday, and that was a gorgeous car. Now has a little bit of a gap in the front door.
Yeah, that was a big hit. The passenger door has caved in on his roll cage there, so I think he's going to need a new door.
Yeah, he might need one.
Yeah.
Possibly. But only if he needs to take a passenger. Otherwise, we can just shut it up. So, Philip Silk did quite well in qualifying, was in 5th position. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay. In the background here, Derek Newsom trying to chase him down. Silky's car sounds so nice as well as he goes around. He's looking very content here at Queensland Raceway. Pretty much his home track.
Yeah, Silky putting down a very solid run in the lead there too, and unfortunately, Chase Driver just not being able to match his speed there.
We go the Hi-Tec race here. Scott Shembry after getting through the first round. Yeah, top 24. He's looking keen to get back out there on track while he's still got the mojo going. A win in our last round of the Hi-Tec Drift All-Star Series for Scott Shembry. He's going to need to put a few more of those on the board if he wants to catch up to our championship leaders. He's currently sitting a little bit further down at the moment. Scott Shembry in 8th place on 191 points. So he's about 48 points off of our current leader. You can definitely make that up. 116 points up for grabs this weekend. He's not going to get that because that obviously comes off your... It's 100 points for a win plus your qualifying order. Scott Shembry was not up there. Brody Maher was. So, look, you just never know who's going to go out in this top 8 round when we get down to it. Top 16 at the moment, though, for our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. Derek Newsom now in the lead over Philip Silk, and looks like they are off the power, and that's a clutch kick there. Not quite sure as they entered that. That's a weird one.
Yeah, I think he's got some mechanical issues plaguing him there, and he's shut it down again and begun to steer off the track, and he's taken out a sign. And obviously that run was not chaseable for Silky.
No, he's pulled out of that very early, I suppose, after having that damage early in the weekend. He's not going to want to ding it up too much more, and he could probably feel that that wasn't going to plan for Derek Newsom.
Yeah, I'd say Derek's got some mechanical dramas there, just heading into the pits.
Yeah, drives straight in. Mind you, they have had their battles. Silky did lead us out in the first run, runner-up in the second. How close does he get behind him? Oh, and it just, really gets off the accelerator, and then a bit of a clutch kick there. Gosh, it maybe missed a gear.
Yeah, that could have been it, and for Silky, he probably just thought he wasn't going to do the run because he come in very slow, and Silky just opting not to initiate behind him.
Yeah, he didn't want to engage in that drift. Thought better of it. Didn't want to risk the car either. Wait and see if we get a result out of that battle. I'm still watching our battle tree. And I'm assuming we're going to get a one more time here for Glenn Omerod and Brody Maher. They didn't want to pull them apart. Glenn Omerod did a impressive lead run for me. I mean, Brody Maher, we just come to expect it. And I think that's the problem. We know he can stick it to the line. It's very clinical. Judges say, I want the car here. And if nothing mechanical goes wrong, that's exactly what Brody Maher does. Now, he's going to lead off again. The SR right up in the RPM over the 2J86. But Glenn is right alongside of him. Despite those oiling issues in the engine, he is risking it all. Look at the speed as they go through turn number 2. The inside wheel just coming off the ground. Glenn has to sacrifice a little bit of the line there to make sure he gets the proximity. He's right alongside him. Wow, final corner. Both of them side by side, and look, they've already gone one more time.
Yeah, that was an amazing run, and Glenn was right there with him. As you can see on the initiation there, like, gave him absolutely no room. Brody doing a pretty flawless run out in front.
Can you intimidate Brody?
I don't think so. He's pretty strategical in his driving, and I don't think he's not a very easy pushover when it comes to his driving style.
No, definitely not. Look at the final corner though. Glenn Omerod does everything right as a chase car, sacrifices just a little bit of the line to make sure he gets right up in that proximity. Let's head down to the pits though and find out what's going on with Tony.
Yeah, thanks guys. Here with Derek. Mate, what happened?
Played a bit safe in the first one. The pressures were a bit high, so a bit of a gap. I knew I had to give it everything the second run, and unfortunately in the run-up I just lost third gear, just second to neutral, so that was it, game over.
Tough break, mate. Third gear gone in this machine. Back to you guys up in the tower.
Yeah, very tough break there for Derek Newsom. And look, we will follow him, though, throughout the series because we know what a tough competitor he can be. And hopefully he'll get that car turned around. We will see him in the final round, which is now moved to the 4th and 5th of November at Calder Park down there in Victoria. The Victorians are getting a good run in the season at the moment. Unfortunately, we won't be making it to Tasmania. The logistics and the costs taking a lot of our drivers out. So we thought we'd head back to Calder Park. They've been really supportive of the Hi-Tec Drift Series, and as you can see through recent things like the Hi-Tec Super Series is heading back there soon to have a national round of their circuit racing. They recently had the Victorian circuit racing there as well. That is starting to become a hive of motorsports once again. So we'll wait and find out, but leading our championship at the moment is Jordan Sanderson, and we caught up with him earlier.
G'day guys, joined here with Jordan Sanderson. Might be a new name to drifting, but certainly not in motorsport. Mate, talk us through your lead up into drifting and your family in motorsport.
It all started with my Chris Sanderson, my dad, and my brother Ryan Sanderson. They started through Jamie Winkup, who's a family friends with my parents. And then we went out to Seymour, Puckapunyal. They started racing and that was it. I was about 8 years old when I got in a go-kart. I've raced go-karts still last year. I haven't touched a go-kart this year though, but I still enjoy it. But it's, yeah, so just a big step from go-karting to this. It's just like a big boy's toy now.
I guess it's still any sort of motorsport's an adrenaline motorsport, but look, for a rookie season, you're doing pretty well, leading both championships. Talk us through that, being in a new category and doing really well. How does the pressure build?
Yeah, so when I started with Pro-Am, I entered this year and then I was just leading up to it. So Nikki, who's Zoo Performance, was like, I reckon you could step up and do Pro, you might as well do both. And it was mainly just to get more track time. So if I race both classes, I get more battles, just try to progress faster. And yeah, we took it from there. I really enjoyed it. The Pro class, there's plenty of good drivers here, and they really, you know, they teach you how to battle, they teach you how to chase, and the Pro-Am's just, it's been fun. It's still getting really good talent with Kieran Ratcliffe and Sam Mudge, and we're having an awesome blast out there in that field as well. So, and then yeah, I've just stuck to it, did every class. It was a bit hard to get the black ute, the Pro-Am car here this weekend. So we've decided to just do the double in the one car. It's more just cost effective to get it all the way up here and lug it all the way up here. But nah, just having a blast.
Mate, you're doing very well. The car looks fantastic. You've got some new sponsors, new driveline. Just a quick rundown on what the car is and how you're going.
Yeah, so the biggest change here is the Aaron Dua engine package that he's got for me. Is a 416 stroker. So we've gone a little bit smaller this time, but we've upped the revs. So, and the package now, it's made a little bit more horsepower. And yeah, so we've got this, and then we've got Promosa Tyres here, which is a new sponsor, which is a startup, which we're going to start bringing these tyres into the game soon. We've got Zoo Performance, everything that's in my car is Zoo Performance. Nikki and Lana look after us there. And yeah, other than that, we've got J & Builder sponsors, we've got Fast Track and Streamline, of course, which is my company. That sort of helps pay some bills. And then, yeah, so next year we've got a different chassis, which we're going to bring out at the end of the year, but all the running gear. So the engine, gearbox and diffs are all going to be pulled out and put into that.
Awesome, mate. Absolutely love seeing it. We wish you all the best for today and all the best for the rest of the season and into 2024.
Well, Jordan Sanderson, as you can see, leading both championship points. Let's get this battle back underway. Glenn Omerod will lead us out now in the 2J Power at 86 over Brody Marr. It's a one more time battle, and look at Glenn Omerod. He's not going to give him the win one bit. Marr's stood on the right hand throttle. It squats. It's wearing away those side skirts. He's right there, though. They switch back. He goes a little bit wider, I think, than Glenn. He's somewhere in the space. Maher alongside of him. Look at this battle. Slight bit of contact over the finish line as they start to switch back. And wow, the judges had to call it a one more time last time they went out. How many times can we do this?
Oh, I don't know. That was an awesome battle between both guys, and that's going to be a hard one to pick between.
Check out the Tri-Ace replay, because Glenn Ormerod has been very consistent leading up to his mechanical issues where we've missed him for a couple of rounds there and they connected it to 86. Last year he was just lurking in the background, getting 4th and 5th places, not quite on the podium. This year we haven't seen him for a couple of rounds, and look what he's throwing down to last year's championship winner. Brodie Maher needs to watch out, because Glenn Ormerod, ooh, he could knock him out early in this one, and Brodie Maher can't afford to not be on a podium.
Yeah, unfortunately, looks like Glenn maybe he might have some oil pressure issues over that finishing line, which looks like he straightened up just before the finishing line and causing Brodie to run into the rear of him. So I hope.
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Where were they from our vantage point? Were they over the finish line? What happened? The judges are pretty much opposite that corner. They will be able to hear the exhaust note, though, if that's dropped out.
That's right, yeah, they'll be able to hear if Glenn's shut it down.
All right, Scott Shembree's going to take on Roger Jansen. Roger Jansen battling it out in the championship. Join us this year. Haven't seen him do all the rounds ever in the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series. From South Australia, the S15. He's currently second in the championship for 2023. And look at him taking to Shembree. And, oh, they nearly made contact there. Shembree has to get on the brakes for a second there. Roger Jansen's so clinical with where he's putting these cars. This car right out in front, look at him wide out to the outer clipping zone, and Shembree doing a nice job to stay with him. Wow, this is not the day to be a judge. Let's check out the Tri-Ace replay as they take off. Scott Shembree has to wait a moment. He wants to unleash that horse. We saw how quick it was the last time he got out. Nice angle there. He snaps to that angle very, very quickly, doesn't he? For Roger Jansen, he holds it through the first corner. Really want to critique this section for us. Oh, I don't know. Shembree's car is just so gripped up. It wants to drive, and it might make it a little bit harder in the chase position.
I think he just got lost in the smoke there, and his car's gripped up, and it's lurched up onto his rear bar, and he's had to slow it down to avoid contact.
Well, he's going to have to get some more cable ties, because that front bar is hanging off, or maybe some thicker ones. We'll have to see if that holds on, because that could hurt him if that goes under the front tyres at a crucial point in this lead run. So maybe his spotter would have seen that. They might call him mechanical as well. You never know. Or do they think that's going to hold in? It might just be on the side, just wearing down the side of the bar. I mean, judging by the damage that took today, they're not going to matter about that bar. That's just a consumable item at this point. Check out the Tri-Ace replay. The judges have asked to see this replay again too, which is very interesting, which means they want to have a look at something.
Yeah, I'd say they want to see what they're doing in this transition, to see whether it's something that Roger's done, or if it's you do see Roger getting off the power and straightening a little, and I wonder if that's what's caused Scott to lurch onto his rear bar there.
Might be the reason why that bar's hanging off. I think they actually made slight contact there, just enough for the fiberglass to maybe get a little bit of damage. We know that's being held on by the cable ties here at the moment.
Yeah, that Hi-Tec Blaze unit, 350Z has seen better days. It's a bit worse for wear today after that crash that they had this morning with Ricky Wyatt.
Oh, it's only had one owner that's whole life, that car. Have a look at it.
Yeah.
It's been a bit banged up this season as well, and you can see he's just telling the starter, cut the cable ties off and get rid of that bar. We need to make that disappear. We don't want it to come under. And he may have to call for a 5-minute as they are looking for some tools there. Just held on by cable ties. I did see them out there drilling that earlier after that contact. Obviously bent where the mounting points are. It's good to see all of our Hi-Tec staff, though, get involved, want to help the drivers out, make sure they get out there. We don't want to wait around for him to come off into the pits and have to do that, call a 5-minute. It's only going to take 30 seconds, and we should see these cars back out. But there's turbos are exposed now. I'll be sucking heaps of fresh air in. Roger Jansen will need to chase down Scott Shembree. Now, Shembree looked like he wanted to go even faster And maybe Roger Hansen didn't quite have the pace. We'll find out. Last time Scott Shembry took off, it squatted down the 350 and it launched. Here we go. Roger Hansen trying to get the jump. Shembry driving away in the Hi-Tec Blaze Unit 350, but Roger Hansen sacrifices a little bit of angle. There's so much angle from Scott Shembry. The tyres are getting absolutely blazed out there. Look at that. Filling the entire rear wheel arch. It's hard for a chase driver at this point. There's somewhere, but Roger Hansen trusts him. He gets alongside of him, final corner. They go door to door. Shembry winds on the angle. Wow. What a battle we have on our hands.
What a run, what a run. Scott Shembry laying down a really good lead run there, and Roger sticking it to his door too. And that 350 is a quick car, so that just proves how fast Roger's car is also.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out if we get a result out of this one. Wow, the Tri-Ace replay. How do you see through that much smoke? There is only one way as a chase driver, and that is to maintain that proximity and be on the really where the passenger's door is so that you can see the front quarter of the car alongside of you and trust them. I think that's what it is, the trust that these two drivers have for each other, the respect that they can do that. They can stay at that speed and know the car beside them, you know, isn't spinning out and is trying to get through this course and online.
Yeah, Roger would have been coming into most of those corners blind and just using muscle memory just to get himself around the track, and but done a great job in doing that.
Well, so far we've got Mark McTurnan had the win over Benny Barnes. Aaron Dewar got the win over Kurt Dunn. Philip Silk and Derek Newsom went to battle, and Philip Silk get the win. Derek Newsom with a couple of issues there. And we have not got a result yet for that one. We possibly could see it one more time. Patrick Barley and Chris Sadler now out on track. And Patrick Barley will lead us out in the Corvette. When will he try and drive away from Sadler? We know how good Sadler can be behind the wheel. Got a lot of skill, but it's not as modified, this comedy like we see in Jordan Sanderson's. It's still got the standard sort of suspension in the rear end and in the front, you know, based on standard suspension, I should say. And look, he's getting around. He does very reliable laps. He sticks the car on the line. Probably doesn't have quite as much angle without that lock. Patrick Barley smokes him out in front. But look, he's wound the lock on in that Corvette. Well, check out the Tri-Ace replay. Have a look at it here. I love the almost the eyes looking down from the Corvette. You can hear the RPM. And there it goes. Gets the right foot buried, switches the car back and just starts to drive away from Chris Sadler. The amount of grip they've got.
Patrick's car's no slouch for grip and speed, so the chase driver's done a great job just to keep up, and it's a low horsepower car, so he's done really well.
Yeah, I think that's what we've got to take out of this is Chris Sadler, the speed that he's carrying. He hasn't spun the car out trying to stay with Patrick Barley. Yes, the car obviously is not set up mechanically to have as much angle. That probably does assist him in that respect. But yeah, he's done really well to maintain that speed. And Patrick Barley didn't completely drive away from him in that one. So this one's going to be interesting now that Chris Sadler is going to be in the lead. Patrick Barley, sometimes the car gets a little bit twitchy there. We know as we see him go around. So if he can just slow the car down, we might not see a lot of tyre smoke because he has to drive it with his right foot. With that amount of grip that he has in the car, it's all about how he can control the right foot. We know with the carburetor, it's probably a little bit easier maybe than the EFI or the fly-by-wire set up on the throttle body, and he's doing nicely. Oh no, dirt there for Chris Sadler, but he doesn't spin the car out, he keeps going. It's going to be a huge deduction in points. Look at this. Trying to really test Patrick Barley, Chris Sadler and the Holden Commodore Ute. They're side by side. There's nothing in it. And Patrick Barley right alongside in the Corvette. Look at the amount of smoke still coming out the cabin of that car. You got to remember too, Patrick Barley's on the left-hand side. So when he's coming up in a chase position and they're going through a right-hand corner, he can actually see how close he is to the car. He's right there. He's got the best vantage point. Look at Chris Sadler. He took off. Patrick Barley just gave him a little bit of room. I think that was a smart decision for Paddy.
Yeah, definitely. And unfortunately, you see Chris just dropped that rear wheel on the dirt there. But other than that, his lead run is pretty flawless. He's hitting all the judges' lines that they want. And but as you can see, Patrick is just all over his door. Have a look at that.
Yeah, the final corner for me. Exciting to watch here at Queensland Raceway. It's great to have the crowd over there, right where we are drifting. James Abbott now will take on Saxon Moyes. A couple of S15s are going to battle this one out, and Saxon Moyes borrowing this car. You wouldn't know, would you?
You wouldn't, and they're very, very similar setup cars. So
yeah, James Abbott's he's been close to a couple of podiums this year, and he's done really well in qualifying once again. Nigella, as is affectionately known. Saxon Moyes, though, look at him alongside James Abbott. Get the anti-lag going. You're going to have to intimidate the young gun. He has to cut the corner a little bit there, but James Abbott on the outside of Moyes alongside. What a run from these two drivers. Can you tell that Saxon Moyes has only been drifting for a couple of years against James Abbott? Wow.
Yeah, not at all, mate. And both drivers are putting down very, very good lead, runs this there. As you can see, James Abbott in the lead there, throwing a very solid entry. As you get out to where the judges want him to be, probably a little bit shallow there, might be a bit of a deduction for him, but he gets the rest of this run dialed in. Look at the back of that car squat. Saxon
just had to sacrifice, didn't he, Saxon Moyes? Right in that corner, came in a little bit shallow, maybe got lost in the smoke for a fraction.
He did. He probably got in that transition there, just got lost in the smoke, and maybe thought he's putting a bit of a gap on me here. I'm going to have to just sacrifice some line just so I can get back on his door.
I could not believe that Saxon Moyes was in the pits earlier saying, it just feels weird to me, the steering, because he just looks like he has been driving this car for a season. It looks like he's got a season under his belt. The question is, will he come up against Benny Hodges? Because we know then, surely it's Benny Hodges' car. That means he's going to go through. Saxon Moyes will have to bow out. We'll have to wait and find out, though. It's not over yet. James Abbott's not going to let him run away with this one. Moyes sets himself up for the first corner. Grabs the handbrake, trims the car. How wide does he want to go? Oh, it's a bit wider than Jabs. Oh, no, but he's out on the dirt. Big disadvantage, James Abbott. He would have seen that. He'll dial it in now for these final two corners. Big advantage for James Abbott. And look at him side by side. Dive down the inside and look at him go over the finish line.
Wow, what a great run from both drivers there. And unfortunately, Saxon just dropping that rear end into the dirt, and James taking it to his advantage, going, you know what, I've seen the dirt drop, and now I'm just going to put it onto your door and just be safe for the rest of the run, and he's definitely done that.
Yeah, for me, I think it's that is probably going to be the difference between winning and losing. We checked out the Trias replay, and it's at least one wheel.
Maybe two. Only the judges will be able to know, having that vantage point down there. But Saxon doing a really good lead run. As you can see, the front tyre getting locked up around there around turn two. Like that's some driving experience right there. You wouldn't think he's so young with the level of driving he's producing.
He's got maturity, doesn't he?
He does.
A lot of racecraft maturity out there for Saxon Moyes. And big round of applause from as he goes by, ladies and gentlemen, out there. He's going to bring this home. I think he probably knows that wheel out there is the difference. James Abbott, though, is consistent at the moment. And I don't want to say that because you end up giving him the commentator's curse. Look at the foot brake work there. I'm sure they're Saxon's tyres, so he's going, oh, these aren't Benny's tyres. I've got to finish them off for him.
That's it. He's having a bit of fun, and that's what it's all about here, isn't it?
Definitely is. Now I can confirm Patrick Barley gets the win over Chris Sadler, and Roger Anson will get the win over Scott Shembry. So that is a big name to be knocked out. Shembry being on the top step of the podium last round. Now he goes out in the top 8 of the Hi-Tec Drift Pro category.
Yeah,
top 16. He goes out in the top 16.
Unfortunately for Scott, having that incident this morning, I think has played a bit of a role in him getting knocked out in this top 16. It wouldn't have been an easy car to drive after that rear subframe was pushed over an inch, and obviously copying a bit of damage on the front as well.
Well, Scott Shembry, hopefully he's got a big smile on his face. Benny Meir lines up. He's going to have to chase down Jordan Sanderson, the JN built Holden V Commodore. Is there much Commodore left? Just some panels?
Not much. There's a big gap in the boot.
Resemblance of an LS in the front?
Yeah, but dual built engine there up the front, making 600 horsepower, and it's no slouch.
Well, he's well and truly using every bit of horsepower to finish off those tyres on the back of the Commodore U. Benny Meir is normally the smoke machine, and he's now appearing out of the smoke. Huge gap. Look at Jordan Sanderson right out in front, pushes the car wide. Benny Meir, when's the last time you see him get left like that and smoked out?
Yeah, I think it's taken him by surprise, that new Duar engine in Jordan's car. It might have just been that little bit of an advantage to put that gap on him, and Jordan doing an awesome lead run. And I think Benny's just got lost in the smoke. There's nothing wrong with his run. He's just, well, the amount of smoke that car's producing, how could you follow that?
Jordan Sanderson, you know, leading the championship, he's been consistently in the top 4. But you think the driving is just continually getting better. It's not like he's come out here and he's put these good driving shows on round after round. He's improved every round. Wow. They've been tough conditions as well, because we have had so many wet rounds so far this year, whether it's been winter or colder. It just wanted to keep raining. We finally get a dry round here. Look at how much smoke is now wafting over Queensland Raceway, and mate, this place is looking absolutely fantastic. I have to give them that at the moment. I was here a little bit earlier in the year, and even in the last 3 months, the amount of improvements we've seen here, additional shading, that was all started, but it's progressed even more. The sheds out the back, you know, the permanent facilities that are here. It's not like you've got to bring your shade every time and all that thing. It's going to get to a point where you come to the facility and everything is here at your beck and need. Here we go. Benny Meir now is going to lead out over Jordan Sanderson, and Benny Meir, did he get caught by surprise? He's going to have to really push hard in this one and put Jordan Sanderson under pressure. To be a big scalp to get right now in the top 16 of our pro category. James Abbott got the win over Saxon Moyes, can confirm that. We did expect that after Saxon Moyes dropped a wheel. So James Abbott. Now Scott Shembry, I'm sure, will be down there geeing up the teammate.
He will be indeed. And Benny Meir actually, he's done a few steering changes to his car, so I'm wondering if he's still trying to battle through that, but it's a bit of a learning curve, he said, for him. So let's see what his next run.
Let's head down to Tony in the pits.
Yeah, thanks guys. I'm down in the Blaze unit pit area, and look, the 350Z is looking a little worse for wear. It's had some epic battles all day today, but Scott Shembry's nowhere to be seen at the moment. I think he's just going to, the emotions are boiling over just a little bit down here. They're a very, very tight-knit team, and he thinks maybe just that the result was not the way that he'd hoped. He's pushing this, nursing this car and pushing it as hard as he can. But yeah, so he's taken off. But look, I've got Jabbett next to me as well. James getting through, feeling really, really comfortable as well. There's a lot of high fives down in the pit here. One other thing to note is Brodie Mars got a nice bit of a dint in the side door. Now, I don't want to say that's nice, but a bit of contact with Glenn Omerod. So there's a lot going on down in the pits, guys. The teams are working really hard, but mate, I'm loving the battles. This is an awesome environment to be in.
We love it when we see the emotions spill out, I suppose, in drifting. We don't want to see it in the wrong way, we want to see it in the right way, but it means they're so passionate about the sport, isn't it? You know, Scott Shembry, I'm sure he's gone, because I could almost put money on he is up where the judges are. And the question is, will he try and put something, will he try and put a protest in against that decision? We'll have to wait and find out. Benny Meir now gets the lead over Jordan Sanderson, who's right alongside him into the first corner, and there we go, Benny Meir doing what he does. The 311 Motorsport, S14, squats down and starts smoking the tyres. Jordan Sanderson there for a moment there again. What happened through that transition period? Benny Meir looked really, really smooth. I can't wait to see the replay to try and dissect that, but how wide is Jordan Sanderson? Just looks like he's doing it with ease with that new Duar horsepower.
Yeah, had a bit of a shutdown there at the end, so it'll be interesting to see what comes of that one.
Yeah, let's check out the Tri-Ace replay as they head out. Benny Meir, well, he had to apply the pressure to Jordan Sanderson. He had to be quick, trims it up, gets the angle. I like how wide he really puts the car. We haven't seen too many people go that wide in that outer clipping zone as well. He still sets himself up for this second corner though. It's a nice smooth transition. He's done well through there too, comes back and it's nice and wide again. So he's really set a nice lead run there for Jordan Sanderson to work with. And the question is, did Benny Meir do a bit better job? I know he didn't have the proximity with Jordan Sanderson, but we didn't see a straighten out of him in the chase position. So what has a heavier weighting when we come to deductions?
Yeah, that's right, and I'm sure the judges will have a hard time picking that apart. But Benny Meir doing a solid run out in front there and hitting all the points, getting deep into those outer zones, transitioning where the judges want him to be. It was a great run.
Well, Benny Meir hasn't been on the podium for a while.
Yeah.
We've missed him up there.
We have.
Imagine seeing his big smile. It wouldn't matter which position he got if he was on the podium today. If he does get the win over there, I mean, that's a big name. There's a few people on the list who are still out there battling that will be hoping for that. I'm sure they were cheering on Benny Meir in that lead run. He is super pumped after that as he gives the LS a big rev. We are back with these two. Like Tony said, there is a little bit of a buckle in the door of Brodie Maher. We did see that where Glenn Omrod's car just straightened, and we couldn't tell from our vantage point whether that was over the finish line or on the finish line or just before. So it's going to go back once again. Brodie Maher leads out over Glenn Omrod, the Connect Electrical GT86. Maher is just doing back-to-back runs, qualifying runs. This is why he was our top qualifier. It's the third time he's done it this season, and look at him go once again. The ACL Race Series bearing sponsorship on the side for the rest of the season, and they are super reliable. Look at that. As reliable as knowing he is going to be in the top 4 qualifiers every time he goes out there. Lots of tyres, so I hope that's tyre smoke Glenn Omrod's car. That is what I hope. Let's check out the Tri-Ace replay. Not as wide as what we have seen going. Safe, well and truly in the zone, but probably on the shallow side of that zone.
Yeah, he could have pushed out to that outer zone a little bit further there, but let's just listen to that 9,000 RPM SR20 sing.
I'm not a 4-cylinder guy, but I can listen to that.
Oh, mate, that thing sounds unreal.
You know, billet 2.4 litre SR, setup come out of a time attack car. So, you know, that's why it makes so much horsepower. It's up around the 1,000 horsepower mark out of 2.4 litres. That's absolutely insane. I mean, we see it in drag cars, but they do it for like 8 seconds. This car is out there doing corner to corner. The oil's moving around in the bottom of it. We know it's going to have dry sump and all that stuff, but, you know, there is a lot going on with that engine, and to come back and do it lap after lap, the amount of times it goes out in practice, qualifying, 2 days in a row, it's taking a lot of stress on that engine, and it just seems to take it at the moment. He's obviously using some really quality parts, and of course he backs up everything he says. We saw him in the interview before with those ACL race bearings.
Yeah, and hats off to his team. He's got a great team down there helping him, and they turn that car around each run so fast, and yeah.
I wonder if we're going to get a chance to just see what they go through, Glenn Omrod. I know we've got the team down there. I'd like to know how quick they are getting the oil out of this and topping it up. This is almost like a pit stop you see in the supercars as he comes in. Have we got someone to wave him down? There we go. The crew's starting to wave him down. They give him the sign. All we need is to have the air jacks in this car, and this would look like a supercar pit stop here at Queensland Raceway, right outside those beautiful new sheds that have been constructed in the last couple of years, some concrete sheds down here. It's the ever-expanding, I suppose, Queensland Raceway as the facilities just get better and better. It's why we love coming here every year, and we're so blessed, I suppose, that Tony Quinn and his team have adopted drifting. We know he's had Mad Mike over here before doing some drift schools and things like that. They've got the playground out the back so you can really hone in your novice skills until you get to the point where you're comfortable to come out on the main track and be part of it. And it'll be amazing to see what we do next year here when we come back here and how many times we can get back to Queensland Raceway, because I think it's the fast, flowy style out there. It's really gives us good battles. It gives us the opportunity for the drivers to go door to door out there. It's a real crowd pleaser. It looks absolutely fantastic on the live stream as well. Glenn Omrod's just staying in the car. This is one of those quick pit stops. See, oil goes in. But they're going to have to empty the catch cans. I mean, this is probably what people aren't thinking about at home. They go, what do you mean it's burning oil? It's not going out the exhaust. It's going into the catch cans. That has to be emptied or it overflows and goes from the track. Oil goes from the track, he gets black flagged. So very important they get that. Here we go. These are some of the previous battles there. You can see Glenn Ormerod really took it to Brody Marr. It took him by surprise. They got it one more time now. They're on their second one. Mark McKernan, he was a very busy man there. And of course, he took on Benny Barnes, but Barnes, he made a slight mistake there. Well, he's back, Aaron Dewar. We haven't seen him at every round of the series. He's been a bit sporadic with work commitments and other things. We've seen him over in Ireland with Mickey Moo as well. He's been everywhere this year, but good to see him back. And this style that they've laid out with the judges here at Queensland Raceway has really helped Dewar out. And can we see him? It'd be great to see the mullet back on the podium.
Yeah, he's a busy man, and he loves coming back drifting. And as he said in the pits, that car is a no-prep car, so he pulls it out of the chook shed, he hoses all the shit off it, and he brings it to the track. He hasn't tuned that car in about 7 years, he reckons, and he turns that thing to 9,600 RPM and makes 900
Do you believe,
horsepower.
I think he tunes that many engines, he doesn't need to put on a dyno to tune. I reckon that's all ear.
No, I'd say he uses the butt dyno, I think.
Yeah. He would know if something was wrong. I reckon that'd be fairly safe. Now, this is one we haven't got over yet. Scott Shembry and Roger Anson. Scott Shembry has left the shed very quickly. I'm sure we are getting... I'm going to predict there is some sort of protest happening there. I'm sure Tony will be down there finding out. If we can find out, he's the man in the know. It's great having him down there on the deck because I know he loves getting around all the action as well. Looking at the boys, they got a bit of a clean-up out there in aisle number 1 too. Looks like a bit of fluid down there on the concrete. But and that was James Abbott's taking on Saxon Moyes in that borrowed car at Benny Hodges, and we thought this was going to go one more time until Saxon Moyes just went a little bit wide, trying to push that out of clipping zone, dropped the wheel off and gave the advantage. James Abbott now a chance in the top 8, and if his teammates out, they'll put all their effort. The team will come together now, the Blaze unit, and they will put all their efforts into James Abbott's car. But I don't think it's over. Benny Meir, though, well, I haven't got an answer out of that one between him yet. We haven't seen the results come up on the spreadsheet. I'm looking at that right now. I keep reloading it, hoping that we're going to find out, did Benny Meir do everything he could? Maybe we'll see an upset there. That's a big scalp to get if Benny Meir gets that. That's got to be a lot of confidence for him to go in the top 8, knowing that a few of these big-name drivers might be dropping off, especially if Glenn Ormerod could get past Brody Marr. Imagine what it could be a brand new top 8 for us that we haven't seen so far this season.
It's that easy to upset the top 4, isn't it? Just to lose some of the battles at an earlier time, and you just don't get those points that you need to keep yourself up on that top step.
Well, I have reloaded our page. I can confirm Benny Meir has knocked off championship leader at the moment, Jordan Sanderson.
Wow.
Oh, don't tell Brody Marr he's out in the start line. Don't get him nervous. I'm sure his spotter would have already been checking this out. Here we go, Glenn Ormerod in the lead. Brody Marr. They've already gone it one more time, a couple of times, and we've already seen a little bit of contact. He's right on the door, though, Brody Marr. Exactly what Glenn Ormerod was doing as well. Ormerod drives it wide in the outer clipping zone. He's using all the bitumen as well. Oh, this can't go again. How do they go over the finish line? No contact by the looks of it that time. Oh, what do you do as a driver, though, Schultz? I mean, you've been in the driver's seat. I'm not good enough to be in there. I like going in the passenger seat when it comes to the drifting, but as a driver, it's got to be so exciting for you, knowing that you're going door to door, whether you're in the lead or the chase.
Oh, that many reruns too. It's a mental game at this point, and as you can see that Brody's not giving Glenn an inch, and Glenn's out there and putting on some awesome lead runs. And as a driver, you've just got to stay so focused and not let that other driver get into your head. Like some drivers can be very intimidating, and Brody is a very intimidating driver. But Glenn's been around. He's not a pushover, and as you can see, he's working that 8.6 out front and making Brody work for it.
Yeah, well, it's been a big step up into the pro category the last couple of seasons. Of course, he used to have that KE70 Corolla with the rotary in it, where he took out a Pro-Am championship a number of years ago as well, Glenn Ormerod. So it's not like he's not a new to drifting, and the KE70 is not exactly the best platform, I suppose, or the most stable platform. So to get into the 86, and you've had Bo Yates help you out, set that up, how good is that? Let's have a look at these Zoo Performance Pro-Am 3, though. Your top 8, Jordan Sanderson still in the hunt here, with taking on Sean Mickle-Hatton, and it's Kurt Dunn taking on Tim Constantine, then it's Ken Ratcliffe and Matty Walters and Nathan Charles and Colin Keogh to battle it out to see who's going to go into the top 4 here at Queensland Raceway for the penultimate round, the Hi-Tec Drift All-Star Series. It's the Zoot Performance Pro-Am. It's shiny, it's silver, it's Kurt Dunn leading us out. Over the SR-powered Tim Constantine. Shimbri, get your ears open, it's coming, buddy.
Couple of SR20s on track singing. You'll be loving it.
Oh, he'd be thropping. He might need a moment alone after this.
Yeah, I think he might need it.
Oh, look at this. Kurt Dunn opens up a big gap on Timmy. Dunn doing a nice job this weekend into both categories. He hasn't made it through in the Pro, but in the Pro-Am, it has paid off with that seat time. Look at the gap he made over Tim. Oh, it might be time to return favour.
I think the speed of that Kurt's SR20 has been a bit of a shock to Tim there. It just pulled out in front of him that little bit, and Tim just didn't have the chance to reel him back in. He was on his door through the first corner, and then start to see a little bit of a gap to form.
Yeah, a lot of smoke from Kurt Dunn. I see there, maybe Tim just got caught up a little. And when you get caught in that smoke stream right there, you're trusting yourself. I suppose you're going off that muscle memory, like you say. You're looking maybe for other points on the track. Maybe you can see the ripple strip. Trying to find other points to judge. Whereas when you're in the lead, you've got the clear vision. If you're right alongside the car beside you, you've got to use them as a mobile clipping point, because if they go offline, you go offline, because you can't see anything.
That's right. You really put trust in the lead driver, and sometimes putting it on their door is the safer option to tuck in behind that smoke. And then when you sort of get tucked in out of their door and into that smoke, it starts to become a struggle to see. And I think Timmy just got a little bit lost, but still done a good run behind him. Like there was no straightens there for him or anything like that, so it was a good run from both.
I'm going to tell you this. Results for the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. Brody Marr, Glenn Omrod, we can't run them one more time. Good news for Brody Marr. He's made it through. He's got the win over Glenn Omrod, so the battle stays alive in the championship. Wow, that one's going to be interesting. Let's get back to this Zoot Performance Pro-Am though. Kurt Dunn really impressive in the lead run. What can Tim throw down? Now he knows the speed that Kurt Dunn has. How much? Look at the gap he's thrown down, and he's really wide as well. On the outer clipping zone, I didn't see a touch of dirt come up. Wow, huge outer clipping zone. Kurt Dunn was shallow there, and now look, the gap's still going. I think Tim likes the speed. I think you're right, he got caught off guard there, then he got caught in the smoke, didn't know what was happening. No! The dirt comes up in the back. That's going to be a big deduction as the car spins out on the main straight. It's past the finish line, so that is past the judging. But I think that outer clipping zone there we saw from turn number 3, he wasn't past the finish line for me.
Yeah, bit of a mistake there for him on turn 3, but Kurt Dunn having a bit of a mistake behind him previously to that. So that Skevis Racing SR20 just. Look at the power of that thing, just pulling out in front of Kurt Dunn there. I thought Kurt might have had the advantage, but Tim going, you know what, I'm going to put this thing out on the judge line here and make up for my gap in the first run. And he does an awesome job of his first run here until he gets to that third outer zone there. He just drops the wheel off.
Yeah, you can see coming out of turn 2, he doesn't quite set himself up for the right line. He's a little bit shallow just going into the apex of the corner. He probably should have come out a little bit wider and driven around. I see Skevos is here this weekend too, just to make sure his SR's okay.
Yeah, mate. Yep. He loves the drifting, and he makes sure that all of his engines are running on point. So he's here with Tim, making sure that that car stays out on track.
Well, we'll double check that one, because you never know. Maybe we've got it wrong. Maybe that dirt was after the judged finish line. We'll keep checking the judging scores here to see who does get that win, and we will update you when we can. I still can't believe Brody Marr has gone through and Jordan Sanderson knocked out in the pro categories. Nathan Childs now takes on Colin Keogh in the Zoot Performance Pro-Am. Top 8 battles. Here we go. We didn't see Colin Keogh compete before. He made it straight through after a great qualifying run. Of course, he was right up there, Colin Keogh.
Yeah, Nathan having a bit of an issue there, going off track on turn 2. And Combs just been able to finish that run. Having a bit of fun munching the straight. He knows he got that one in the bag.
Yeah, the good little 86, the original JDM drift cars over there. Don't need a lot of horsepower in them, do you, really? You just want reliable horsepower, good setup in the cars. Don't need to run big tyres under them. They drip up really, really well too if you set them up right. Look at the stance though. Wow, for the 31, Childs.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here on the transition. I think this is where Childs makes his mistake.
Yeah, we're waiting. Whoa.
Yeah, so he's just washed a little bit wide there, gone out in the dirt. It's pulled the front around and.
You might have seen a bit of tyre damage on that car too. Maybe it's, I don't know if it's buckled a rim. I don't think it's buckled a rim. I reckon that's a tyre might have DB'd. They're obviously running the low tyre pressures, hitting something like that at an impact side on it, you know, 70 to 90 degrees, rips the tyre off. There we go, DB'd a tyre on the back. So possibly we'll call a 5 minute for that one. They'll drive that forward and maybe change that. I'm not quite sure what decision they are going to make. Hard one for the driver. I mean, you want to run a low tyre pressure there to keep your grip levels up, but at the same time too low and a slight mistake will rip that tyre off the bead.
Yeah, and I think he's running a stretch tyre onto a bigger rim, which is it's a bit hard to keep them on the bead when you start to dial those air pressures down on the tyre.
Oh look, Keogh, he's lined up and ready to go. He'll be pretty pumped after that one.
He's ready to roll. He knows that he's got that one in the bag, and he'll just be waiting there for a few minutes till Nathan gets a new
Well, yeah,
new
you
wheel
can't
on.
say that, can you, when you know that he's still coming out. That he's still got to do a clean run. Has to make that happen. All right, Pro-Am battles. Yes, it might be Warwick Hill's car, but it's not him behind the wheel. It's the man who does quite a lot of the mechanics on this car. Matty Walters is driving the E46 BMW, all thanks to Zestino this weekend, the Hulk drifting entry. Normally we see him in his R33 with his nitrous-powered LS. But in the meantime, let's head down to the pits with Tony.
Yeah, guys, down in Jordan Sanderson's pit. Unfortunately, we've got a bit of a miss. We've got the laptop out, checking the ECU. The guys are working feverishly. Let's get him back out there.
Well, lucky when you've got Duar in the shed next year and his team that are here. Yeah, just had that engine built by them and they'll be controlling that. I just want to know how long till we see a carby on that.
Not long. He's already it's already in the plans apparently. Dabs was saying that that little LSE has got injection on it at the moment. It's making 600 horsepower, and they're going to swap it out to a carby system and turn it up to about 750. So it's going to wake that car up, and it's I think Jordan's going to love it.
Here we go. Matty Walters will chase down Kieran Ratcliffe, who's been on the podium. He's currently sitting third in the championship, been super reliable in this R33 with the 34 front on it. But he hasn't got RB power, though. He's got a bit of Toyota power, a bit of 1J. Look at it, nice clean run from Kieran Ratcliffe, doing a fantastic job. Pushes it out, it really squats nicely. They've got the suspension set up for these tyres really well. He goes wide. When you flick the dirt up, you generally can see it, even from where we are. I'm going to say that he stayed on the bitumen then.
Yeah, I think he kept it on. It was a really nice run there from Kieran, and yeah, that one's going to be a hard one for the judges to dissect.
Check out the Tri-Ace replay. Matty Walters is behind him in the BMW. He's not letting it too far away. Yep, they transition back nicely. Kieran just stands on it and opens up a little bit of a gap there, but Matty Walters closes it. I think it might set him offline a little bit, and it just doesn't quite set him up for that final corner. It's not a bad chase run, though.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing you can pick about Walters' run is just that last transition was just had a bit of a bobble there, and then Kieran just running down a pretty flawless lead run.
I'm sure they're having a discussion down the back straight, and I mean in a good way. They will be like, "Oh yeah, that was awesome," you know, like let's do that again. And Matty Walters,
there'll be a couple of air high fives, I think, between the two.
Yeah, I mean you've got to love it when you're side by side with the car, and you've got that feeling, like that trust between the two drivers. You just want to keep doing corners. That's the problem. All right, let's turn it around this time. Matty Walters will lead us out in the BMW over Kieran Ratcliffe. Walters tries to drive away. Ratcliffe tucks in behind. They set themselves up, trip it up in the handbrake. Walters now on. The power is right out in that clipping zone, but he risks it all, and the dirt flies up. We got a dirt turbo. Wow, big deduction there. Kieran would have seen that, and he's done enough rounds now, and he's probably onto it, that's all he needs to do is get that car home now. That is a huge deduction from Matty Walters, but you know, jumping into a borrowed car this weekend, he's got a few laps in it. Like I say, familiar with the car when it comes to working on it, but not necessarily familiar with driving it. So it's a bit unfortunate for him there. He really pushing the limit. We'll check out the Tri-Ace replay. And it could have gone either way. A little bit more grip, you know, maybe just, and it's weird to say sometimes you need to actually get off the throttle to get the wheel speed down, the grip level to actually come up. So, you know, let's be honest, New Zealanders, Aussies, Americans, the only way we drive is foot to the floor.
That's right, that's right. And as you can see, the boys out here are doing absolutely that.
Yeah, Kieran Ratcliffe, I think he's got a bit of an inclination that possibly that'll be a big advantage for him, and he could be heading back into another top 4 battle and another chance to be on the podium. Jordan Sanderson still in the mix here when it comes to our Pro-Am, but he's putting the radial tyres back on, which means it's not going to be quite as fast, not quite as much fun. Sean McElhatton will chase him down in the 180. No surprise, Jordan Sanderson, though, looking for a miss in that car. That's what we got told down there. Our pit reporter finding out what is going on, and it doesn't look like it's got a miss at all at the moment. The Pomosa tyres, brand new sponsor on the side for the JN built vehicle. No, there it is. Has it reared its ugly head again?
Oh, maybe. I was about to say the only thing missing Jordan's car is the rear bar, but unfortunately that last corner had a bit of a shutdown, and as it comes past, you can hear it. You can hear that miss.
Could be something as simple as a spark plug lead or something like that. Maybe a sticky injector. The Tri-Ace replay will show us once again as they head in that final quarter. It started off really well for Jordan Sanderson, and so many sensors. There's a lot of safety involved in the computer as well, so we don't know what safety features they've left active. Look at the bake on that. How much smoke are coming off the rear tyres. He just looks so content, I think, behind the car, and he's set up, and then, yeah, look at the smoke die away.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate for Jordan, having that shutdown right there, because up until then, that was a great run.
We'll have to wait and see if Sean McElhatton will need to put another run together. Of course, the boys have pulled in. I don't know if they're going to call a 5-minute time. Aaron Dwyer is out of the car, though, and walking away to grab a laptop as they back that car into the pits. We'll wait and find out if they are going to call a 5-minute rule for Jordan Sanderson. Although he is leading the championship, he is knocked out of our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category already today in the top 16, which we didn't expect. Roger Anson, though, is still in the fight. Patrick Barley and Brody Marr. So that championship lead, which was only 4 points, is going to dwindle away as we go through the rounds. Look at James Abbott still in the mix too. Now, he is only 12 points off being in the top 3. So we're going to have a fantastic battle to see who's going to go in the top 4, and it could have some real big championship implications, especially being the second last round of the year. What an exciting round it's going to be in Calder on the 4th and 5th of November if that happens. If we've got the potential, and I'm going to have to go and do all the maths. Unfortunately, Brad Toohey not making it here this weekend, the veteran. He's had a good round to start things off, got on the podium. Unfortunately, not so good in round 2, but mid-pack and got in the top 8 in round 3. So he was just outside. I reckon if he was here this weekend and had a good one, he could have been another one. But we've probably got 6 or 7 contenders for that championship still. The Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. In the Pro-Am, well, they're a little bit further apart, but Sam Mudge and Kieran Ratcliffe, they're side by side. Now, Mudgey, he has had a unfortunate round in both Pro and Pro-Am, and he is watching Kieran Ratcliffe go rounds, and Jordan Sanderson, well, he might be out. He might not extend his lead by too much, but Kieran Ratcliffe should overtake Sam Mudge for that second position. Question is, will Kieran Ratcliffe do enough to push into the number 1 after this weekend? We'll have to wait and find out. It's going to be a tight championship final on the 4th and 5th of November down in Calder Park. Our new dates for round 5 of the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series. The sun is gleaming down. I can see it shining off that beautiful head of Tony Bishop down in the pits. He walks around finding out what's going on. Colin Keogh now leads out over Nathan Childs, who took a tyre off the bead. He's got that fixed call. He's 5 minutes. Colin Keogh just needs to bring this car home in one piece and all the way on the bitumen. Can he do it? It's looking good so far. The 86 switches back. It's not the cleanest run, but with the deductions from Nathan Childs. You think the advantage will go to Colm Keogh in the 86. Just be careful. It's all right, Childs. We don't want to see anything go wrong. That car is actually pretty good looking R31 as well. A lot of stance on it though. I'm surprised there's that much when it comes to being a drift car.
It is. It's definitely got some form and function. But yeah, Colm's just doing just a clean run out front in that little Corolla of his. Just getting it out to all the points that he needs. A little bit shallow on turn 3 there, but
just waiting for our final result to come through. We do have our top 4 for the Zoo Performance Pro-Am as I'll reload all of our results, just waiting for the final one to come up. We will run through those in just a moment. Well, there we go. Jordan Sanderson has pulled out of this one, and I can tell you now, the battle in the Pro-Am, Sean Mickelhatton will take the win. We did see him do the drive-by before. I thought maybe he was going to come back in and Jordan had called a 5-minute rule, but no, he looks like we do have some mechanical issues.
yeah, it looks like he's having some dramas with his clutch, and he's got no clutch pedal, so that probably would have been why he had that issue on turn 3 there. So unfortunately, that might put him out.
Look, that'll be a bit of relief for Dabs knowing the engine's okay. That's the main part.
That's it.
Clutch, there we go. Kurt Dunn get the win as well. Let's head down to Tony though.
Yeah, guys, down in Jordan Sanderson's pit, having some clutch issues, driving behind some cars that are just not as fast, not as gripped up. So it's a little bit of a byproduct of doing both categories. This car is a very seriously gripped up car, and trying to drive it slowly is very hard. He's used a lot of clutch, and now it's not engaging or disengaging properly, and it's just not a safe car to put on door. So unfortunately, that's it for the day.
Well, it's walking around with that permed beard. Look at it. It's groomed very, very, very well. Oh, look, you'll have to prepare that for the final round. So it's going to be a great battle, though. It means Jordan Sanderson is going to come with all the fight, and that's more down his way in Victoria, so I'm sure he'll have the Pro-Am car there. He won't be trying to do double duties. It won't be as gripped up. Let's move back on to our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. It's going to be Silky chasing down Aaron Dewar. And look, Dewar's already got the tyres lit, and he slides it into turn number 1. And he's got it into Fogcock all the way. Have a look at it. The smoke machine is on. Silky somewhere, he's in the background. I thought he might have been alongside of him for a second, but he goes a little bit wide going into turn number 2. And Aaron Dewar nails the RPM, nails the smoke scores. Oh, we don't get that. It's not a burnout comp.
Just listen to that thing. Wow. That was a great run out front with for Aaron Dewar. Look at that entry. Big Scando.
It's wheel spin from the start.
That's right.
There is absolutely no traction, which is scary because you look at the car squat at this point through the corner. It is actually pushing that tyre into the ground and trying to get traction.
That car has got so much mechanical grip. And as I said earlier, that car weighs a tonne and 50 kilos with him in it. So that car is under a tonne when he's out of it. That's a very light car, and it has 960 horsepower at 9,000 plus RPM. That'd be a fun car to drive.
Put about this, that's over 2 horsepower per cubic inch. That's an impressively built engine as well. Quick recap on our Zoo Performance Pro-Am. It looks like Sean Mickelhatton will get the win over Jordan Sands with that mechanical issue. Kurt Dunn got the win over Tim Constantine there. We knew that was going to happen. Kieran Ratcliffe got the win over Matty Walters there. And Colm Keogh got the win over Nathan Childs after debeating that tyre. So there's your top 4 for the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. That one's going to be fantastic to watch as we settle them down. But we need to find out who's going to be in our top 4 for the Pro category right now. Brody Maher will take on Mark McKernan. Aaron Dewar is out there taking on Silky right now, the Queenslander. Unfortunately, he's going to need another door after this weekend. As it came through on the passenger side, and he leads us out and throws down a hole in for speed. And Aaron Dewar, I'm not quite sure if he's just going to give him a little bit of space for a moment, but look at the smoke coming out the back. Dewar's now in the same predicament as he drops back. Silky slides it through. It's Silky smooth through turn number 2. Oh, can he go a little bit wider? Right on the clipping point, final corner, and Dewar alongside him. This is what we want to see down the main straight. Look at the emulation in the mungies. It's not getting judged as well past our judge zone, but for the crowd and the people here and watching on the live stream, look at these two drivers. Tri-Ace replay, Silky throws it in, and I think Duarte just maybe not as fast as what he's used to doing. The tyres weren't spinning as much, and he's so comfortable when that's up on the back tyre and the car is moving around fast and loose, I suppose.
Yeah, and Silky putting on an awesome lead run and using a lot of angle there. He's obviously used to this car, used to this track, and then Dab's reeling him in right at that last corner, and then look at him throw mungies down the straight. Couple of V8s, couple of carbs hanging in the bonnet. What else do you want?
The question is, can the judges call them apart? Will we get a result out of that one? I mean, I'm not going to be upset with it one more time out of that. I mean, it was pretty good. I think the lead runs are probably very similar. They took advantage, I suppose, of the smoke that they can produce. I knew Silky obviously has quite a lot of skill, and we know how much tyre smoking you produce and all those things, but, mate, to drive away from Duarte like that was impressive for me. Really impressive for Silky to take to Aaron Duarte, as we can see Brody Maher is getting ready to go back out. He will be taking on Mark McKernan. Haven't got a result come in yet. Roger Anson will battle out with Patrick Barley. That will have some championship implications as well. Second and third in the championship, only a few points between them, 8 points in fact. So that's going to be a big one to watch, because obviously top four are going to get a big points advantage out of that. And James Abbott and Benny Meir will battle out. Can Meir do it? He's already taken a huge scalp there, knocking out Jordan Sanderson. The confidence has got to be really good here. This is on board with Jordan Sanderson now. When we say it's not a standard VEU, you can see the Zoo Performance Winters diff in the back of this. It means it's got quick change gears. They can change the gear ratio really easy. Look at how much suspension movement that has. Listen though. You've got to listen for just a moment. That is a sweet, sweet sound there. Jordan Sanderson's VE Commodore Ute. Unfortunately, it has succumbed to mechanical issues with the clutch. Only bought one car's win. We did speak about that down in the pits earlier, was that he normally has his Pro-Am car here. Really hard to bring two cars this far north with the cost. Decided that he'd throw this car in, but with that grip level then, even with the normal radial tyre in Pro-Am, it wears down the clutch when they've got to keep, using that to try and slow the car down. We'll have another look at how the rear suspension works. Look at it just squatting down and pushing the tyre. It was a great view.
It was. When you can see, when the smoke clears, you can just see how much torture these tyres go throughout a run. It's no wonder they're only getting 2 laps out of them.
You can really tell how he modulates that throttle though, to control the car through the corners, to slow it down, to try and look for some traction sometimes, to shoot the car in a different direction. I mean, it's ironic if you come into drifting, you think, oh, it's just a high-speed burnout. It's not. We're actually looking for drive in these cars. They want to get on angle, and they're talking about how much sidebot. They don't want the car to unload and come back the opposite direction. They want it to slide nicely. But when they stand on the throttle, they want the car to drive through and actually get away from the car behind them. And if you look at a grip car versus a drift car, when they get out and battle, I have seen it on a track before, it is amazing how fast the drift cars go in the corner. Yes, when you go grip racing or circuit racing, they'll drive out of the corner a lot faster. But I think as these pro cars are getting built better and better, they're starting to match those speeds.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing corner speeds just as fast as circuit racing while turning tyres, and that's impressive. And it's comes down to how much grip these guys are pouring into the back of these cars, and overcoming with horsepower. And you'd think that you'd want a slippery car and just a lot of horsepower, but it's actually the opposite. You want drive off that tyre, and you also want side bite. So it's a hard balance for these guys to get, but it also comes down to a personal preference on their driving style as well.
Yeah, great to have the crowd here at Queensland Raceway. The sun is out. You wouldn't think it's winter, would you, when you're in this part of the world? We're going back down south to the cold after this, and I wish we could stay just a couple more days. Unfortunately, got to head home, and for me, it's going to be minus tonight, so that's going to be fantastic. But I'm sure it's going to be well in the single digits for most of us. Tony is going to love going back down to the cold. He has to wear a beanie. Yes, but he's beanie back on. You can't talk. You've been all over the world in the last couple of months, mate. We are jealous up here just of where you've been. We're not looking at your social media anymore.
Hey, that's not fair. Look, you know, you got to take a holiday every now and then, but I'm absolutely stoked to be down in the pits here and sharing the vibe with everyone. It's been such a good day so far, and hey, we're just getting to the pointy end. There is plenty more to go.
Yeah, I can't wait to see some of the faces when you hand those checks out a little bit later. Of course, our top four are going to be coming up for the Zoo Performance, Pro-Am and the Hi-Tec Oils Pro categories. We are in the Pro category right at the moment, and your 2022 champion is out there in his Sylvia, ready to get started with Mark McKernan alongside. Now, what a scout this would be for Mark if he could do something here. It's going to be hard. Brody Maher has gone battle after battle with Glenn Omerod. They could have gone to the top four if they went on the same side of the battle tree. Look at this. The SR is up in the revs and driving around turn number 2, but Mark is doing a nice job. He might have not kept with him at the start, but look at him close the gap down. Shuts the line in, tries to get the proximity back. Brody Maher just laying down the line for the judges. Mark McKernan, I don't know if there's much else he could have done with the car. I mean, the level of car between those two,
yeah,
huge difference.
I think that entry that Mark's thrown behind Brody there is hurt him a little bit. He's thrown a really aggressive entry behind him, and then he sort of had to try and reel Brody back in, but Brody just showing so much speed and putting on a very clinical lead run as normal. But Mark doing his best, trying to reel him in at the end here, and just sacrificing a little bit of line, trying to get back on his door there.
Do you think that we could blindfold Brody and he could almost do this just off memory?
I think so. I think there'd be enough muscle memory. We'd be able to get himself just around the track enough.
Yeah, I think we forget some of these drivers, just how much effort they put into this. And you got to think of the sims they get now as well. They're starting to build these tracks. We see the guys from, obviously, the Australian Drift Club in New South Wales helping out, showing our lines, doing those videos for the drivers prior to the event. So they've actually got someone who builds those cars and builds those tracks. So if you've got a simulator set up, oh, what are we seeing? Keep it on.
Couple of the Blaze unit boys down there.
It's not fast and loose if the Blaze unit aren't here, is it? Good to see the Blaze unit still fighting and alive in the championship. James Abbott might be the man this year that we need to follow. Okay, Mark McKernan will lead us out. Look at this, throws it right in. Brody Maher, though, closes the gap, and he's so calm. That's what it looks like in the car. He's not worried about that proximity. I think that's the difference. He is prepared to take the car home and totally rebuild it between rounds. The energy he has. He goes shallow there, and I think Mark McKernan might have just gone offline and shut that gap down, which will upset Brody Maher's run. Line is straightened at the end there. Ooh, I'm not quite sure though. That might have come on from the lead driver. We'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, that's a hard one. It's going to be a hard one for the judges to pick that one apart. Brody having a bit of a mishap there when he's up on the ripple strip. Big entry here.
Now look at Brody Maher though. He didn't have to do the big scando in either. He just sat there. He knows he's got the grip. He just wants to put the right foot down, and he just backs off for a second. Here it is. Ooh, it just slows, and you can see that Mark is very shallow through turn number 2, not leaving that little bit of room there, allowing the chase driver to put the nose in. It upsets the line of Brody Maher, and from our vantage points, it looks like that would probably be a deduction there for the lead driver.
Yeah, and also I think Brody's just got a little bit of rear grip as he's gone over that crest, and it's pulled that front around, and it's aimed it straight towards Mark. So he's done his best to not drive through his door and try to piece the rest of that run together.
One thing I'm noticing on our live sheets here is that Aaron Dewar and Philip Silk, I do not have a result yet. So that could mean we've got a one more time coming your way very shortly, and we won't be surprised by that. We won't even be upset by it. Here we go though. Benny Meir, the giant killer. He's taken out our championship leader, Jordan Sanderson, already. He's loving the Queensland sun. He's chasing down James Abbott, who'll be in the lead in the Hi-Tec Oils Blaze Unit S15. James Abbott, he's been so close to actually getting onto the podium. He's been in 4th place already this season. He's had his teammate on the top step last round back at Winton Motor Raceway. Can James Abbott do it this time? Here we go, he sends it out, opens up a nice gap. The 2, Joe, we hear the anti-lag. Here we go, smoke screen is up. Benny Meir just a little bit back in the 311 Motorsport entry. James Abbott, look at the speed he's going through these corners. Oh, he's a little bit shallow possibly there. Look at the gap though over Benny Meir.
It's a huge gap that you just see there, but Benny doing a pretty clean run behind him, but James just having that speed throughout the track and just showing Benny that he's going to have to work for it.
Well, last time this happened, we saw what Benny Meir did to Jordan Sanderson. He took it straight to him. Have a look at this though, James Abbott, the aggression that he's showing. He's such a placid person when you see him down in the pit, so to get him fired up with this sort of aggression, I don't know what they've done to him. Maybe it's 3 Red Bulls before they send him out or something like that. Maybe they've slapped him across the face, I don't know. It's a little bit shallow there. He doesn't quite push out of that outer clipping zone. If I have to pick a small deduction there from me, which obviously gives him a little bit of advantage to drive away from Benny Meir. So we'll compare the lead runs once Benny Meir goes out and see if we can spot a difference.
Yeah, that's probably the only mistake that James has made out in that lead run. So,
well, let's head down to Tony in the pits.
Yeah, guys, down here with Brodie Meir. He's very, very pumped getting out of this ACL race series, S13. He has got the win. He's gone through. Mark McTinnon just, obviously, just not quite enough at this top end, but really good battle. Brodie absolutely pumped, having a drink of water, ready to go again.
Well, it will mean we see Brodie Meir in the top 4. He's currently 4th position in our championship, but watch out because James Abbott's not given up on this one yet. He is only 2 points behind him in the championship. Ooh, 2 points. Who can go the furthest out of James Abbott and Brodie Meir? It's going to change things up. It's going to be very interesting in our final round at Calder Park on the 4th and 5th of November. But here we go, Benny Meir. Can he do what he did to Jordan Sanderson and lay down an insane lead run? The smoke screen goes up. James Abbott, he's 3-wheeling. There's a bit of daylight under the front right. They switch back. Look at the transition now. Tiny gap, but it's not as big as what he had over Benny Meir. Meir, they're doing a nice job right on the judge line. How far out does he go? He pushes really, really far out. But James Abbott, door-to-door, final corner. Look at this. Putting a show on. James Abbott and Benny Meir, I don't know.
James wasn't giving Benny Meir an inch on that turn 3 there, and but Benny doing a very solid lead run.
Yeah, we'll check out the tries. I reckon Benny Meir's actually done a better lead run, but when it comes to chasing, James Abbott has stuck it on the door for most of this battle. And what do the judges do? Where is the advantage?
Yeah, James obviously knew that the run wasn't over. He had to close that gap, and Benny just knew that he had that bit of a gap, so he's gone out and put down a solid lead run and filled all those zones that the judges want to see.
Wow, we are talking slight deductions from each driver, minute deductions. Is it going to be enough though, or what will we see? Will we see the judges send it one more time? Possibly. It's been an exciting top 8 so far here in the Hi-Tec Oils Pro Series, and we're going to see it one more time from these two. Silky taking on Dewar. Dewar leads us out. The tyres are already up in smoke as he throws it in. Trims it up with a handbrake. Silky just trusting him and putting it alongside as they transition back. Silky somewhere, there we go, the nose comes through the smoke. He's not too far away considering how fast you are. He's going a little bit of a bobble there from Silky. We just saw through 2, now he goes wide in the background. Dewar, he's got the tyres lit. The fog cock is engaged, and look at the tyre smoke coming off the back. Wow.
The speed of that Dewar Performance S14 is pretty unmatched, and I think Silky got caught off guard and had a couple of mishaps behind him, and it looks like he sort of got lost in the smoke.
Yeah, it does look like that. He was right with him as they went into turn number 2, but right here there's a little bit of a straight and like he wasn't quite comfortable. Maybe he went in, he was trying to stay up with Dewar, maybe he wasn't quite comfortable with the speed.
I think he's come over that crest and wound on a bit too much lock and just realised he's got to hold on to it. And unfortunately that straightened him out a little bit.
Yes, it did. And look, the Hi-Tec Blaze unit there. They're going to focus now on James Abbott to see if they can get him on his first top 3. I suppose he's been in the top 4 this season, but we want to see him on the podium. Scott got one last round, and if he get his teammate up there in the top step, I'm sure there'd be a pretty big party going on tonight between the Blaze unit here in Queensland. First off, though, we've got to get through this battle. They're on there one more time. Silky's not giving up on this one. Philip Silk out of Queensland. This is his home track. Yeah, he's got to have the advantage.
You can tell he's very comfortable around this track and comfortable in his car. He's got a lot of seat time in this car, by the way. Like, he's been driving for a lot of years, and same with Aaron Drouin. They're definitely not new to this sport, and you can tell by their driving.
Yeah, here we go. Aaron Drouin, though, has to do the chase run right. This is where it changed up a little bit last time. Silky really laid it down and put the big smoke screen up, and see our starter there. Make sure they're both ready to go. Doesn't want to let them get away too early. Got to go through the little speed trap for our lead car so they can't get too far away. Drouin, though, doesn't have the tyres lit yet. He comes down the inside. He's got a big dive on the nose there, but he doesn't go out quite as far. Look at that. Takes out the clipping zone, but doesn't go off, and Drouin overtakes him on the inside.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a mistake for Drouin there. Whether that car just got too much grip, it's just lurched forward, and just thought, you know what, I'm just gonna lead this run. But I think that's going to be a bit of a deduction on his behalf. It looked like Silky was still in drift, so
we'll have to have a look at the tri-ace replay here, because Silky does go wide. I think he just touches the clipping point. I don't think he actually gets a tyre off the bitumen, though. It's going to be hard. Hopefully he can slow it down. It's very, very wide. Whoa, look. You know, there's a few people sitting over there in a truck with a nice shade cloth and a whole heap of pen and paper and some iPads, and they have to make that decision.
Yeah, I think Daz is just he's just seen Silky take out that rear clipping point, and he's gone, you know what, there's no coming back from that. He's going to go off track, but Silky kept it on track, and Dabs really needed to tuck behind him and try and just follow his line. But I think that car's just got too much grip. It just wanted to pass him.
Well, you can see James Abbott in the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars, or the Hi-Tec Drift Blaze unit, S15 Nigella there, just cooling down. They're leaving that idling. We'll check out another replay here from the recent run. We're trying to figure out, Philip Silk took off. He went rather wide, but Aaron Drouin, for some reason, snuck down the inside. We'll have it from a different angle there. Nice angle from Philip Silk, and he goes wide. I think he almost overshot that too. Takes out the clipping zone, but I can't see the dirt come up.
Yeah, and he's gone out onto that green paint, so the judges actually, I don't think they want them out that far. So maybe that's what Aaron's seen, and he's gone, you know what, you're offline, and I'm going to take advantage of it. But it's going to be a hard one for the judges to pick between, I think.
Well, we'll wait till we get a decision there. Have a look at these two having a chat. They're looking pretty happy. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. James Abbott will go into your top 4 here for round number 4 of the Hi-Tec Oils Drift Series. So the Hi-Tec Blaze unit still have the chance to be on a podium. This time it's going to be James Abbott. If he gets another 4th position, I'm sure it'll be a few quiet drinks tonight.
Oh, definitely.
If it's anything with a 1, 2 or a 3, I think it's going to be quite a few happy drinks tonight. It's hard to get him fired up. He looked like his aggression in his driving there, so I don't know what's brought that on.
Yeah, he's a very mentally focused driver, and I think he's just coming out of his shell and going, you know what, I'm just going to put on a show and show you all where this car needs to be.
All right, some highlights from our top 8 here in the Hi-Tec Drift All-Stars series, and of course it was Philip Silk and Aaron Drouin who went for a one more time, and it was an incredible first battle. Then it was James Abbott and Benny Meir, and they went toe-to-toe there, and James Abbott, just by the slimmest of margin it looks, has got the advantage. I love when they come around there and they're really up. There's just moments where that driver's side right tyre just comes off the ground as well as they grip up. Now this is the one more time we saw from Aaron Drouin and Philip Silk, and Aaron Drouin laid down an absolutely supreme lead run this time. Philip Silk made a couple of little errors there in the middle of the run, but it was the one where they came around and Aaron Drouin overtook him. We're not quite sure why he did that, and that we'll have to wait and find out whether that is going to be a deciding factor, I suppose, to whether he wins that battle or not. So they're working hard to cool down Nigella in the pits there. The bonnet is up. They'll leave the 2J running, make sure the coolant runs through everything. It's got a few marks on it, but I'm sure he will want to continue this on because he is still in the hunt for the championship. James Abbott currently sitting in 5th position there on 213 points. He is only 24 points off of our championship leader coming into this round here. Let's have a look at how the top 4 are going to be. It's going to be Brody Marr taking on Philip Silk and Patrick Barley taking on James Abbott. So I just wait and see. I was pretty sure we didn't see a Roger Iance and Patrick Barley battle yet, so maybe there is an issue down there in the pits. Maybe we'll have to get Tony to go and find that out for us. Hopefully nothing's happened to Roger Iance. Very strong to start this series off, so he want to continue that. He does quite a bit of travel now, based up in the Northern Territory at some lithium mining. So he travels back into South Australia to work on the car. Very small crew there with his father, and tows the car over here from South Australia for this round. So a little bit of time off work. It's a fair commitment to do. Probably helps when you start the season with a win.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot of drivers out here that are travelling very far and just committing to this series, and it's great to see.
Yeah, a few people assembled here at Queensland Raceway. It's great we can give them the shade as well. This fantastic venue that just keeps getting better and better every time we come here. It's been a few months, about 3 months since I was last here, and yeah, still improvements happening. More permanent sheds being built out the back. Extended shading as well. It's a fantastic facility, and we thank Tony Quinn and all the crew here at Queensland Raceway for letting us come. Let's have a look at the Zoo Performance Pro-Am Top 4. This is how the battle's going to be. Sean Mickelhatton will take on Kurt Dunn, and Kieran Ratcliffe will take on Colm Keogh. Now, Kurt Dunn, what a drive from him this weekend. I really think he is a possibility, but Kieran Ratcliffe, for me, he's currently sitting 3rd in the championship. Kieran, he is going to overtake Sam Mudge tonight, but Jordan Sanderson's what he's got his eyes set on. Here we go. Kieran Ratcliffe, can he go into the battle for 1st and 2nd? He needs to win this one first. Colm Keogh comes up on the inside, and Kieran Ratcliffe will drive the car nicely. Look at that, sets it up. The car sits very well and transitions back. It doesn't get unsettled. Colm Keogh, a little bit of a straighten for me there in the 86. Kieran Ratcliffe looks like he's been doing this for decades. He has got that car set up so well. It just sits down so calm. It doesn't unload or get unsettled. It just transitions so smoothly for me. All right, let's check out the Tri-Ace replay. Kieran Ratcliffe gets away. Colm Keogh, light car, manages to stay with him. Trim of the handbrake in turn 1. He hasn't gone too wide, and I think that's probably a good thing with the street radial. You're probably risking it a bit too. If you get out of the marbles out there, it's going to be very, very loose. Colm Keogh had a bit of a straighten through that section there. Kieran Ratcliffe, though, look at this, pushes it wide, right out towards the clipping zone, nice and wide on the exit to the final corner. Oh, I think Kieran Ratcliffe a big advantage in the lead here, but there is a little bit of a speed difference between these two cars. If Colm Keogh can keep the line, we'll have to wait and find out. Colm Keogh obviously battling it out in that 86. They will go around, and Colm will get the chance to lead this next battle. We're down to our top 4. This one is to decide who is going to go into the battle for 1st and 2nd, and who will battle it out for the 3rd position on the podium. So we're into our top 4. Exciting times here. Round number 4, the penultimate round of the Hi-Tec Drift All-Star Series for 2023. Our next round has changed. You would have seen that on our socials a few weeks ago. We are going back to Calder Park. It is rejuvenated. I know they've had drifting there for quite some time, but the circuit racing's back. There's a big investment coming from the Janes, apparently. They're really saying they're going to invest back into motorsport. So can't wait to head back there the 4th and 5th of November. Get your holidays in for that one. Here we go. Colm Keogh leads us out over Kieran Ratcliffe. First corner. Colm Keogh puts it all the way out on the edge of the bitumen, but doesn't have the legs to keep going. It cuts back in. Ooh, was that a moment of dirt, possibly?
I think it may have been dirt on the track. I think he's kept it on track. But Kieran, on his rear bumper, not giving him much room to wiggle.
Yeah, and I think if you look chase run versus chase run, Kieran Ratcliffe's done a better job of it this time. And hopefully that'll be enough. That is past the finish line.
Yeah. Kieran just having a bit of fun.
You'd be having a moment, wouldn't you? Where's the finish line? Where's the finish line? It's okay. It's past the finish line.
Yeah. Coming past us on the limiter.
waiting to see if I can see some more results in the pro category as well. We'll check out the tries replay in the meantime. And Colm Keogh just sets himself up behind, emulates him as they go into the first corner. Gives him a little bit of room in the first one just to see how he settles. Ducks the nose back in as they go through turn number 2. I feel like Kieran Ratcliffe just thought, you know what, I don't need to be that close to him. I just need to give him a tiny bit of space. The final corner really promotes great side-by-side action through that final corner here. You feel like once the car is set into position, it's got its lock, you can sort of trust the car out in front. Okay, we've got a couple more results to come out for our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. Top 4, Brody Marr will take on Philip Silk, who gets the win over Aaron Dewar, and Patrick Barlee taking on James Abbott. And that is some serious championship implications for those two. So one of them is going to lose out in that battle to push on in the championship between Patrick Barlee and James Abbott. Good news for Brody Marr, though. If he gets into the top 2, that'll help boost him up past his third position now. Fighting back, clawing it back. Sean Mickelhatton now taking on Kurt Dunn. Dunn out in the lead as they go through the first corner. Opens up a nice gap. He's really got his eye in here at Queensland Raceway. Mickelhatton's doing a nice job, though. He closed the gap down a bit there in that final corner.
Yeah, he did. And Kurt Dunn doing a pretty good run out in front.
I like Kurt Dunn's style here at Queensland. He's had a few rounds off. He came to the first round, hurt a turbo, and like I say, other commitments with all sorts of sports and work. We haven't seen him at the track too much.
He's really getting that car dialed in and getting really comfortable, and that's really showing.
Pushing those out of clipping zones as well. Gets the power on at the right moment, sets the car up for that transition into turn number 2. Get that wrong, and it's a hard car to handle. There we go, he gets it back through. Not quite as wide, but I mean, with the amount of pebbles and rubber starting to build up out there, probably a little bit of a risk if you go too wide.
Might be getting a little bit skatey, and Sean doing a good job there behind Kurt, just doing a good run, but just having that little bit of a gap.
Well, look at the breeze here at Queensland Raceway. Absolutely nothing. It is still. Means the smoke hangs around on track. It stays stagnant there. We can see it slowly wafting away. We thank everyone who's watched us on our live stream today. We are into our top 4 battles right now. It's not the battles for the podium, it's the battles to see which step on the podium they will fight it out for. Our top 4 in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am up on your screen. We saw Kurt Dunn have a lead run already. Sean Mickelhatton will have to lead this one out. Ooh, I've got a good feeling about this one. This one could go down to the wire. Kurt Dunn tucks in behind Sean. There we go, emulates him into the first corner. It's nice, gives him a bit of room. Look at Sean go right out to that clipping zone. It's laying down now, but he's out there. Kurt Dunn comes back on the inside. Look at him holding the angle. On a straight now from Mickelhatton. He goes wide. Kurt Dunn, now he's up there. He knows Dunn has gone around the outside. I don't think there's much Kurt could have done there because Sean's gone super wide. Play it safe, get the car down the inside, and I'm hoping that's going to be an advantage to Kurt Dunn.
Yeah, as you've seen just then, Sean just having those couple little moments just and that which dropping a wheel, which caused him then to go off track. Previously to that, his run was pretty flawless, so unfortunately that's going to be a hard hit against him.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it here on the Tri-Ace replay. Nice and wide. Mickelhatton goes out there into 180. Watch the transition back. Oh, you can see it. It just, oh no, he grabs some dirt there, and that's what straightens him up.
Yeah, I think he's come over that crest, lost a bit of front end grip there, and it started to push the front. And there's not much he could do after that. He was just the passenger, and then Kurt just doing a good job behind him, just getting out of the road and going around him and finishing the run. And
Schultz, this part of the day, we've already had a heap of runs. I mean, we see the pebbles starting to build up. Tony, though, we're getting excited. Top 4 down there.
Yeah, guys, thank you. I'm here with Roger Ianson from South Australia. Pulled the pin for today, mate. What's happened with the car?
Yeah, so right at the end of that last run with Shembry, we threw a fan belt. So we got her back in the pits, fixed her up. It did get a bit hot at the end because obviously it wasn't spinning the water pump. Got it all back up, put it back together, and then the car won't fire. So we'll check spark, we'll check fuel. Not actually sure what's wrong. We think the computer's sort of tricked itself and still thinks the engine's hot. So yeah, she's not firing.
And look, better to protect it. You're still in with a chance. We will certainly see you in Victoria, mate. Unlucky today, but best of luck for the rest of the championship.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And shout out to my family back home, Beth, Arch, Savvy, and big thanks to my parents, Scott for coming over, and Andy as well for helping us out. It's been good fun.
Awesome team effort. Thanks, mate. Really appreciate you. Back to you guys.
Such a shame to have Roger Hansen drop out of this battle. He was going really, really well, second in the championship. He'll still get some points this weekend, though, but it means he's gone past Jordan Sanderson. So, you know, it means he's not going to go down in this, I'm going to say it's about a 6-way battle now for the lead. So he's not going to go to the bottom of that 6. However, Patrick Barley gets an easy step forward. Now, he was only 8 points behind him. You think he would overtake Brodie Marr still out there? You think maybe? And James Abbott. So Patrick Barley and James Abbott. Roger Hansen will be watching those battles. Here we go. It's up on your screen. The Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. Brodie Marr takes on Phillip Silk. And Patrick Barley takes on James Abbott. Now, you're Patrick Barley and James Abbott, or it doesn't matter if you're anyone in the top 5 in the championship, you are looking at Phillip Silk and hoping he might be a cat amongst the pigeons right there. We saw what he did to Aaron Dewar. He put on a real show there. He's had to fight his way through. It's his home track. Could we see Silky on the top step of the podium? And that would keep things fairly even, I think, with the next 5 as they go through the championship. Brodie Marr, though, doesn't want that. He wants to get a win. He needs to get this championship fight back underway. Best thing for us, no matter what happens, is this championship is going down to the wire at Calder Park on the 4th and 5th of November. Nothing more exciting than a championship that has to go down to the final few battles, and that's how it could be. That's how it could unfold down there in Melbourne. We'll have to wait and find out. It's only a couple of months away. It gives a chance to some of these guys to fix some panels. Look at Silky there. He's got to be pretty pumped. I mean, unfortunately, he's up for a new door this weekend. Car was looking absolutely killer.
It was, and same with Brodie's car here with the new livery on it, and yeah, this will be a good battle going in this. But both drivers looking cool, calm and collected, and not really phased about what's about to happen.
No, they definitely are not. It's Brodie Marr, though. I think he's got the mental stamina. You know, the opportunity he's had in circuit racing over his years. Down there in Tasmania, I suppose, focused on his Island State Drift as well. So I know he does so much work behind the scenes with that. I think he's probably got his focus locked in at the moment, and he'll just wait. I think wait to take a big breath and go out there, because you need to be careful of Smoothie. You need to be careful of Smoothie there. I think he is definitely an outsider, local track. He could be the difference, I think, between Brodie Marr really being within just a couple of points of the championship lead or being just off that. But it's Patrick Barley and James Abbott are going to be your first battle, though. Jabbett, he's found some aggression here. Can he take it out on Patrick Barley? The S15 gets underway. They had a fantastic battle in the rain back at Winter Motor Raceway, and it caused a bit of panel damage. But this time we want a nice, clean battle. Here we go. The S15 Nigella, look at the speed in it. Patrick Barley having to use the RPM of the Corvette to stay with him. They're side by side through the final corner. We're going to run out of time to get these battles done. Look how close that was. Wow.
What a battle.
Oh.
What a battle.
It's easy to get excited up here in the commentary when they lay that down for you, isn't it?
Definitely.
Shorty, does that get the heart rate up or what?
Oh, 100%, mate. Look at James just strolling into that first corner, full commitment, using every bit of the track, trying to get outside there, not getting it out on there on the green paint like the judges wanted. But Barley, he's right there, just emulating every move that James does. But James just working it out in front. And look at the car squat, lifting that inside wheel. It just shows how much grip that car actually has. But Barley not giving him an inch.
I just want to know what they've done to James Abbott for this aggression.
He's come out of his shell today, hasn't he? He's gone, you know what?
And what does Patrick Barley have to throw at him? It sounded like he was really getting into that Corvette from where we are. We can hear it back on the headset. But does he have a little bit more in the bank? And the start. I mean, it's a fine line, because you can go really quickly off the line, but if you can also break traction.
Yeah, 100%.
And then it's going to give James Abbott the opportunity to catch up. We know now, horsepower-wise, they're probably very evenly matched. One's a turbo, though. It might have a little bit of lag there. He's going to have to work on that. Patrick Barley, that car dialed in. It just sits so level. We don't see it rebound off the suspension. It's wherever he wants to put it. He's got a whole heap of talent behind the wheel as well. So, look, the master and the apprentice almost is how it's going to go down here. Let's have a look. Patrick Barley leads us out in the Corvette, and James Abbott, well, he's trying to leave a nice white streak down the side. And look at Patrick Barley, throws it in, he goes out. It's not all the way, but very similar to the lead run of James Abbott. Transition back through the smoke. Look, there he is, James Abbott. I can see the white S15 right alongside Patrick Barley. He throws a whole heap of ankle. It slows the car up a little bit. James Abbott alongside. Wow, what a battle they go through the final part of this run. Wow, I can't pick them. I cannot pick them at all. I know it's not our job to try and see what happens, but so far, we've seen some incredible battles. Is this the battle of the day?
Oh, 100%. Barley tries to get it out there, not as wide as what James was, but James, you see here, just out of the smoke, pops out and goes, you know what, you're on my door, I'm going to come on your door, and then just emulates his car. Look at that transition together and then just doesn't give him an inch.
That is exciting battles. No, I'm not going to be surprised if they have to send them out again. We are now in the top 4. We're at the pointy end of the championship as well. This is really crucial for James Abbott if he wants to fight. It's really crucial for Patrick Barley. Now, Patrick Barley's had a win. It's a real banker of points when you do that. James Abbott's been there in 4th position. It hasn't all gone his way. He had a little bit of damage on that car earlier in the season too after some contact in the battles, and I don't know what they've done, but since then that car seems to just be that little bit more better. He feels a bit more comfortable. Are they feeding him before he goes out there? I don't know what they're doing to James Abbott, but it's a different style of driving from him.
Yeah, James has definitely got that car dialed in, and he's just at home in it now, and hasn't made many changes to it except for some gearing changes over the weekend. So he's come out and hasn't had to struggle with setup issues like some blokes have.
All right, Philip Silk now taking on Brodie Marr in this battle to see who will go into the next battle for 1 and 2. And Brodie Marr leads us out and opens up a little bit of a gap on Silky. We know, though, how quick Silky can be. Brodie Marr, though, nails it. 9,500 RPM using every bit of the 1,000 horsepower SR. Switches back. Sends the car out wide at the clipping point. Oh no, Silky off onto the dirt, tries to follow him with pace. The car understeers and he is out on the gravel. Luckily the car is going to drive back on, and wow.
Yeah, Silky having a bit of an issue on turn 2 with a bit of understeer, and then he's tried to put it back together, and I think he's just been lost in Brodie's smoke and just ran off track on turn 3, but Brodie just running down a pretty flawless lead run.
Well, let's check out our Tri-Ace replay. Brodie Marr, pedal to the metal, clicking the gears, sets himself up like he's done every run today. It's not all the way out, but we see a lot of drivers do that. I think the judges were happy for him to be a little bit in. There's a moment there where Silky, I think he does the dive in there to try and close that proximity. It comes in a bit too quick and then he has to back off. You cannot do that against Brodie Marr. The moment you back off, he will drive away from you. Philip Silk is doing everything he can, I think, to try and maintain the pace of Brodie Marr, and it's just unfortunately shot him off the track as they use him as a bit of a mobile clipping zone. He's gone a little bit wide, and that'll be a nice little advantage there. And judging by the fact we are cooling this car down so quickly, I reckon we're going to have a one more time. There's not going to be a break to go to the Zoo Performance Pro-Am top 4. I'm just going to preempt the fact that is going to be a one more time battle of the day between James Abbott and Patrick Barley. Are we going to see him go again? What I love about this is seeing so many people jumping up and down on the fence when these two battle it out. Absolutely insane what these two were doing.
Got the whole crew down there trying to pull that car down.
All right. Silky now leads us out in this one with Brodie Marr, who's right there on the back corner, and Silky goes a little bit wider. Look at the smokes, the screen he puts up. They head through turn number 2. Silky's doing a nice job, but Brodie Marr is much closer than Philip Silk was. You think there'd be an advantage in the chase run to Brodie Marr. I don't know, he might not be quite as quick, but I think Philip Silk maybe went a little bit closer to the clipping points for me. But when you're talking that, if you compare chase run to chase run, it's Brodie Marr. Massive advantage. We'll have a look at the Triace replay. He definitely doesn't get anywhere near the amount of gap that we saw Brodie Marr get over Philip Silk. He might be a little bit shallow there, Silky, but he sets the car up here. Yeah, a little bit shallow there as well. It's that first corner where Silky did really well. Brodie Marr alongside him over the finish, and we'll have to keep updating these results. We might get one out of this battle, though. Either way, Philip Silky going to go in the top 4 and could end up in 3rd place on the podium. Let's have a look at our Zoo Performance 3 now for the Pro-Am category. Sean Mickelhatton will take on Colm Keogh for 3rd place. And in the final, it's all down between Kurt Dunn and Kieran Ratcliffe. Kurt Dunn, well, he's not in the championship fight. Kieran Ratcliffe is, though, in 3rd position at the moment. And with a win and a top step of the podium, there is a possibility that Kieran could walk away from this as our championship leader in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am, heading down to Calder Park in Victoria. Really exciting for him. Could he take home a championship? Jordan Sanson and him will have to fight it out. We'll keep that. You keep you posted on that one. Sam Mudge might even be one down there. It's a bit more familiar to him in Victoria. Here we go. Sean Mickelhatton will lead us out over Colm Keogh. And Mickelhatton, he loves going wide. Can he hold on to it this time? No. Nice run. Transitions back through turn number 2. Keeps it on angle. Smooth through there as he exits 2. Nice and wide. Sean Mickelhatton putting a run together, and Colm Keogh just can't quite stay with him through that run. We'll turn around. This is your battle for 3rd position, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to get results out of this one. We're going to have to wait till we get down to Tony on the podium a little bit later. He gets the lucky job this week of going down and talking to some very excited drivers. We check out the Triace replay. Schultze, can you see any other advantages apart from the fact that we saw Mickelhatton just use all of that outside clipping point there and really started to drive away?
Yeah, and Sean's got a bit of a speed advantage over the Corolla. As you can see, he starts to pull a bit of a gap, and it becomes quite noticeable on turn 3 here. Doesn't run the outside clip as far as the judges probably want to see on turn 3, but overall good run.
Yes, it is, and we do have some results now for our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. Brodie Marr got the win over Philip Silk, and James Abbott got the win over Patrick Barley. So James Abbott a chance to be on the top step of the podium. These two are in championship contention, him and Brodie Marr.
It's going to be a tough one.
We could fight this out a bit. This could fire up a little bit. We know they've had some fireworks earlier in the season, but it wasn't in the final. It wasn't the battle for 1st position. So this one's going to be a fantastic one tonight. He's got the new sponsor on board though. He's looking a bit more comfortable in the car, Brodie Marr, and James Abbott. Just whatever the boys are doing at the Blaze unit, keep doing it. We're loving the aggression from him.
Yeah, Brodie said down in the pits earlier, he's not scared to rip the rear end off of this car to take the win, but I know James Abbott, and he'll do the same thing.
All right, we've turned around. Colm Keogh now will lead us out over Sean Mickelhatton in this battle for 3rd position in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. We'll all have an opinion over who won, but you'll have to wait and find out for the podium. Look at this, Colm Keogh, though. He does a nice lead run. Gets it out there. Not as much smoke, not that that matters. It's not about how much smoke the rear tyres produce. It's about the line of the car, the speed in which it goes. And, of course, where he goes in those judge zones, does he push the car out? It's not quite there and there, but big angle at the end. Was there contact made? Did he stall up a little bit? Did we see a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact? Schultze, I mean, run for run, lead versus lead, chase versus chase. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Colm does a really good lead run here. Might not have a lot of speed and a lot of angle, but he's trying to push that Corolla out to all the zones. But Sean's there trying to tuck himself in behind and closing that gap a lot more than we've seen in the previous battle. As you can see here, comes a bit shallow on there. Sean's a bit wider out where the judges want him to be. Yeah, it'll be a tough one to judge.
Very tough. Look, the Pro-Am are just exciting as the Pro for me. It is they're not quite as fast at different times. Oh, look at the words of wisdom there, the Master Chef. You know how I won it last round? I I went out there and I owned it. That's what he's telling him. We'll have to wait and see. Battle for first and second now. Kurt Dunn. Can he get a win here in Queensland? Taking on Kieran Ratcliffe, who's fighting for a championship in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. Let's lay it down. Kieran Ratcliffe leads us out. Look at him side by side. Dunn trims a little bit of light, but he's right alongside of him. The glowing silver in the sunlight. That chrome wrap trying to blind Kieran Ratcliffe as they go around turn number 2. Ratcliffe looking settled though in the skyline. He goes a little bit wider out the final corner, and they are door to door. Get yourself on top of the pit. Stand on the front, on the side of the main straight. What a battle we've got going on. As we see a replay from our previous battle out there, the battle for third position. It's Colm Keogh taking on Sean Michael-Hatton there in the Trias replay. And I'm not quite sure if we've got a third place out of those yet, but we'll wait and see, because the podium is getting brought out, and we will do that once we go through our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category as well. We've set our top 4 for that. It's going to be Brody Maher taking on James Abbott for the win, and it will be Patrick Barley taking on Philip Silky for the third position. Here we go. Tri-Ace replay. Kieran Ratcliffe leads out over Kurt Dunn. He has been really impressive today, Kurt Dunn. We haven't seen him at all the rounds, but you think he's in the championship hunt the way he's driving at the moment. But Kieran Ratcliffe, he's just doing lap after lap. A very consistent driver now. The combination in the car, they've got super consistent this season. That's why we've seen him where he is in the championship, third place at the moment. I mean, unfortunately for Kieran Ratcliffe, round number 1 was his undoing, where he became 11th, but Kieran Ratcliffe since then has been on the podium. Sorry, it was third position in round number 1, second in round number 2, and 5th in round number 3 for Kieran Ratcliffe. So he started off really strong. 5th place is not a bad place to be though, but the number 1 always puts a big swag of points in your championship run. Kurt Dunn, look at him lay down the SR Power, taking on the 1J. Wow, out really wide too. Look at him using all the out-clipping zone. Kieran Ratcliffe will close this gap up, you think, through turn number 2. He might sacrifice a bit of line to do it. Kurt Dunn. What a drive from him this weekend. He can enter pro every time he comes out, because in Pro-Am he just drives even better. Wow, Kieran Ratcliffe catches him in the end, but Kurt Dunn, for me, the advantage in the first half of that run, Schultze.
Yeah, he definitely put down a significant gap on Kieran. But Kieran just putting down solid runs each time. But also Kurt, as you see there, Kurt just jumps out in front. Wonder if Kieran just wasn't expecting the speed of that little SR20, but Kurt fills that out of zone nicely, just where the judges want it to be. Transitions on point, and Kieran emulates that.
Wow, the final run here for our Zoo Performance Pro-Am, and I think we might get a winner out of this one. Like, they will come down to very small things that they do wrong. There'll be slight mistakes there in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am, but I mean, we've got the top 4 though for our Hi-Tec Oils Pro category now.
Yeah,
you know, Philip Silk came into this weekend, a little bit of damage on the car after some practice there. Took out Aaron Dewar. That was super impressive. They went one more time. Now he's got to take on Patrick Barley. Now, again, 2 big V8 monsters taking on each other. They can smoke the place out if they wanted. That one's going to be exciting to watch. Patrick Barley's already had a win this season. He's not going to be on the top step, but could he be in third? It's going to help him in the championship run. Then we go to the 2 that are going to fight it out. Brody Maher and James Abbott. They've had some fireworks previously this season. It wasn't for the number 1 position. Are we going to light up a bigger set of fireworks in this one as well? So I'm sure they're going to take it all the way down to the wire. Philip Silk taking on Patrick Barley in the battle for third, and Brody Maher and James Abbott will battle it out for position number 1. James Abbott is going to throw his name in the hat for this championship run as well. He was just outside, only a few points behind Brody Maher. They will catch up with Jordan Sanderson after this round. I mean, it was only a slim 20 points margin. Jordan Sanderson taken out by Benny Meir. What a run from him this weekend as well. Big shout out to him, because Jordan Sanderson is no easy defeat.
No, that's right. He's 1 and 2 at the moment in points for Pro and Pro-Am. So Benny knocking him off that, knocking him down a little peg from that step, and Benny coming into this round with some new suspension and stuff, so he's done well to get himself where he is at the moment.
Yeah, definitely has improved. Obviously, he's battling out there, and I mean, I would have loved to see Benny Muir in the top 4.
Oh, that would have been good.
I think he does the hard work behind the scenes, working on the car himself, spends a lot of time, him and his partner very involved in drifting. You know, I'd just love to see a bit of reward for Benny because he's
100%.
so close, and I think, you know, after taking on Jordan Sanson. Well, here we go, they battle for 3rd position. It's the local man himself, Philip Silk. Silky Smooth comes out in the lead run. Patrick Barley out of Victoria alongside in the Corvette. The smoke screen is up from Silky. Nice transition. Patrick Barley puts a nose in the Corvette. We can see the sun shining on the side. They transition back, and there it is. The Corvette puts its nose out of the smoke. They're side by side. Did they make contact there? Big angle from Patrick Barley. The judges are going to have to watch this from our angle, because where they are at the moment, there is so much smoke from where their position is. I don't know how they see that. So we're going to check out the Tri-S replay, and it's that 3rd corner where I think contact is made. Silky gets out nice and quick. Patrick Barley, well, you never know how much he's got left in that Corvette. It was nice through turn number 1. Silky, I think, just on the edge of that zone. They wanted to fill on the outside. Patrick Barley plays it nice and safe, emulates him through there. Controlled angle as well. Nice transition here. And what happens at this point? No, I don't think there's any contact made.
I don't think there was. I think he's just known that he was going to go into his door, so he's shut it down and let it wash wide. But Silky putting on an awesome lead run there. It was pretty flawless, so it was a good run for Patrick to be able to follow.
Well, Barley, does he shoot out of the gate as fast as he can? We saw what happened last time when it was obviously Philip Silk taking on Brody Marr, is that Brody was so fast, you know, Silky trying to stay with him, and it shot him off the track. Patrick Barley, they come from a racing family. They will look at it, they'll take every advantage they get, and if they go, mate, just go as fast as you can, it will apply the pressure.
Yeah, and we know that Corvette's fast, so it could go any way here. So hopefully Silky can just back it up and put it on his door.
Well, it's risk worth reward for Patrick Barley. Does he take it to him? Here we go. Look at the gap already. Patrick Barley throwing the RPM down in the Corvette. He opens up a gap. Well, he's about the same though as they go to that outer clipping zone now, and he is dialed in. You see him on the left-hand side of that car, and Silky has to do a dive down the inside. It's like a bit of a straighten there. He knew he didn't have the proximity. He wanted the final corner, and Patrick Barley on the bake. He's got the foot down there side by side. Look, it's almost like a power skid down the main straight here, isn't it? He doesn't even have to punch here, Patrick Barley. And we'll have a look at the Tri-S replay, and you're happy they take off at the same time? It looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, I think Patrick was definitely faster out of the gate, and then Silky's just trying to make that up there. Patrick was a bit shallow on that line. And as you can see, Silky just dives through that smoke, just trying to get back on his door.
And judges have to look at that. I mean, when we get to the top 4 category, it's not necessarily we start to score what you do right, we start to deduct points for what you do wrong. So instead of starting with a 0 and giving you points, now we start with a perfect score sheet and we start taking points away. And that little dive down there is a deduction.
Yeah, definitely.
They might find a couple for Patrick though, so we'll have to wait and find out. That one's going to be close. We'll see if we get it one more time. But here it is, the fight for position number 1, the fireworks. Let's line them up. Brody Marr taking on James Abbott. They are 2 points apart in the championship coming into this battle. Brody Marr in the lead. Look at it. James Abbott is in the smoke somewhere right alongside of him, and there's the shadow. He hasn't let him get too far in front. He is wringing the neck of that 2, James, to stay with him. But now, just gets offline though, loses himself a little bit of the smoke, and Brody Marr stays on there. James Abbott doesn't want to get too far away, but there's just a little moment coming out of turn number 2. What a run from James Abbott and Brody Marr. Let's check out the Tri-S replay, Schultzy.
Brody doing a good job out front, throws that in, pushes out to that line where judges want them to be. as you can see, Jadet's just lost in that smoke there, and he's trying to dive on his door, and I think that's where he starts to push wide here, and it lets Brodie walk away from him a little bit there, but he does a good job to reel him back in, and Brodie on that outside line where the judges want, and it's a tough one.
Yeah, I think for me where he goes offline, James Abbott couldn't have handled that any better.
No, that's exactly right. And for him to come back, it just shows his skill level of a driver.
And the marbles that would be building up out there, and that's what I mean. You go out half a metre, it becomes a lot slipperier than what it is when we're on the normal line where everyone's been going through the whole time. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But James Abbott still has to lead. And Brodie Marr, well, you know, as clinical as he has been and the pressure he's been under to come back, he's not without flaws. He can make mistakes. So James Abbott needs to lay it all on the line here. Nigella is wound up, and look at the speed into turn number 1. But Brodie Marr, he is bringing the heat. Oh, there's a bobble through turn number 1. Wow. Don't worry, Brodie Marr still back onto the back corner now of James Abbott as he takes Nigella through turn number 2. He's looking a lot smoother, and he's in the right spot. James Abbott, the Hi-Tec Blaze unit, gets over the finish line. Brodie Marr right behind him, and
wow, how the judge is going to pick this one apart.
Yeah, you could look at it from both sides of the fight, couldn't you? And you could find the advantages and disadvantages there. And
both runs had small mistakes, and it's going to be a tough one for the judges to pick that apart.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the tri-ace replay. James Abbott, I mean, moves in here really fast, and I'm quite surprised he comes right alongside with Brodie Marr, and then all of a sudden it just backs off. But I don't think James Abbott slowed down, so it's like Brodie Marr maybe just bound up a little bit on the steering there, maybe slowed the car down a little bit more than he wanted to, or had a bit of a pedal.
Yeah, it looks like the front started to come around, and we maybe lost a bit of front end grip, and but he done well to correct that and then get back on James's door. But it's going to be a hard one for the judges, I think.
Look, if the judges have a decision out of that one, I can't tell you till we go to the Tony and the podium. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Me either.
That's how we want the finals to be. Now, doesn't matter either way. It is going to jump Brodie Marr and James Abbott ahead of Patrick Barley. I think they will, actually. When I look at the points, the way the points are structured, I think Patrick Barley may drop down. It should put him in front of Roger Anson coming out early, and possibly in front of Jordan Sanderson. So I think for Brodie Marr and James Abbott, the fireworks have started here, and we're going to take them down to Calder Park Raceway the 4th and 5th of November. They are pulling in. We're not sending them out for a one more time, so the judges obviously are going to make a decision. It's very tense down there at the podium. Of course, our Zoom Performance Pro-Am are all set for their podium finish, and I am getting word that possibly we do have a one more time. Oh, there we go. Officially, there is going to be a one more time.
How good is this? How good's one more time in a final run?
It's like going to the New Year's Eve fireworks at 9 o'clock and then going back at midnight, isn't it? You get 2 shows in one night.
Get double the action, and I'm sure James is more pumped than ever to get back out there and do another run. He knows he made a big mistake, and Brodie's was the same. But obviously the judges couldn't choose between whose mistake was bigger, so that's why we're going to see him again in a rerun.
I want to know what Scott Shembry is saying to his teammate right now. I would love. Oh, you'll tell us later. There is no drama there.
I can imagine what it is, and I don't think it's suitable for live stream.
Probably some of it is I want to be hungover tomorrow, so win this for us. All right. James Abbott, he is actually looking very serious. He's normally calm and got a big smile on his face. This time though, it's all focus. The crew are gathering around this car, new tyres on, trying to cool it down as best they can. Water going over the radiator.
Yeah, they must be struggling with a bit of temp, bit of ice going on the radiator there, so he might actually have a bit of a heating issue. The day is warming up, the track's hot.
Look at that, he's cheating him up, Scott Shembry. It's why you have a teammate like that, isn't it?
That's right. It's always a good time, Scott Shembry.
Good news is he's the master chef, so that means we're going to get a feed after tonight, that's for sure. Either way, we're going to get a feed. It'd be great to know what they're saying down there in the pits. I mean, Tony, you're down there in pit lane. What is the feeling down there?
Mate, it is absolutely electric. Both teams are going flat out to put tyres back on. I've got the crowd up top here. They're pretty G'd up. You guys over here, you're G'd up. We are so keen for this rerun. Let's send it, guys. Let's go.
Oh, it's a moment while we wait, isn't it? I mean, it's hard knowing this is the final battle we're going to see of the day, so we can't fill you in with other battles while they get these cars prepared, but at the same time, you see the preparation goes into it one more time. It's not a matter of quickly bolting a set of tyres on. They need to go over the car, check the cooling systems, its tyre pressures, and it gives them an opportunity too for the drivers to give some feedback to everyone who's helping out. Maybe you see a tyre pressure change out there.
Yeah, maybe that last run they did seem a bit to themselves they might have needed a bit more grip, or they just want to get that little bit of advantage. But I'd say maybe that they would like to keep the cars set up how they've seen them, like had them throughout the day. Final battle's probably not the battle to be making much change to the vehicle.
Yeah, and that is the question. Are they going to risk it? Risk is reward sometimes, and sometimes it's not. Exactly. Is it a 1 PSI difference? Is that all it is?
It could be.
Do they have enough tyres there?
That's another thing. So they could just be dropping a bit of tyre pressure, get a bit of grip. They could actually be trying to save a bit of tyre to get them on that second run. So we'll see.
Well, how much do you use up if you're chasing compared to doing your lead run? Like, start thinking about, I suppose, how you want to approach this battle. Is if you think you've got a faster car, do you save your tyre for the lead run?
Yeah, maybe. If you know you've got the faster car, you might opt to slow it down, but these cars are pretty matched in speed, pretty matched in power, pretty matched in weight, and they're a hard pair of cars to pick apart.
I would say when James Abbott is focused and dialed in, they'd be pretty similar when it comes to the talent as well. So
100%. And
how good is this going to be?
And James Abbott is a veteran to the sport, and Brody's obviously got a lot of motorsports background, and it shows.
Yeah, well, the man from Tasmania trying to back up his 2022 Hi-Tec Oils Pro Category Championship. He had to fight for it. Round number 1 didn't all go his way. Unfortunately, he bowed out of that completely after having some mechanical failures there at that meet where the car couldn't continue. James Abbott, well, it's a bit of a rocky road there, a couple of 4th positions, but we saw in round number 3, he was out in 14th place. So he's working hard to stay in the mix as well, where we've seen 2 third places. So very important that just that 3rd place over 4th place is a big points difference there because he's in front of the James Abbott. So round number 1, Brody Maher was 23rd, purely because he went out and tried to qualify and the car broke after that, so he did get some qualifying points. So, we just got to take a breath. You know I'm going to get excited. The heart is beating. Yeah, look at him. Hey, someone's excited up there in the crowd. The question is, who will do the shoey when one of them wins? There's nothing more Aussie than that. No wonder why we don't get more ladies at drifting.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, there's some fine specimens down there on the wall with their shirts up.
I tell you what, it's been a couple of testing rounds with George Gambino. I mean, director of Hi-Tec Oils, and obviously sponsoring both these guys in the Blaze unit for a number of years now. Last round, he was watching from the Hi-Tec Oils. We had the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, and he was watching there the live stream, watching Scott Shembry go all the way and waiting for the results. Yep. Now it's James Abbott now.
Yeah, so I'm sure George is on the sideline, just absolutely amped, and George puts so much time and effort and so much funds into this sport, and without it, we wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you, George, for that.
No, we wouldn't be able to have this live stream. We wouldn't be able to bring this series where we travel up and down the East Coast as well. And we know how much passion he has for the sport. And I know hopefully some big plans ahead for next year as well. Some announcements to come out of the Hi-Tec Drift Allstars series. Hopefully we travel to a few more tracks. And look, they're up on the fence. Come on, the Blaze unit are excited. Where's Brody's crew? Light up the fireworks. They are idling out. Look at that. Oh, even as they scrub those tyres, look at the amount of smoke that is billowing out the back of Brody Maher's car. James Abbott is not mucking around. Laser focus. He is already set to slingshot out. He's in the chase position. What does Skeb do here? He's got an SR20 as his opposition. You know the love he has for them.
Yeah.
But then he's got James Abbott, his mate.
Yeah, I think the love for his mate would probably overcome the love for the SR20, I think.
He'd give it up for it too, Jay. Here we go. Brody Marr will lead us out. James Abbott to chase down. Who is going to make the first mistake? We can't keep doing reruns, and that's the thing with this round is they get 2 runs and they're out of tyres. So if we have to have one more, it's another break while they cool the car, change the tyres, go over everything. So the judges really need to make a decision out of this one. It's going to be hard. I know we're going to be evenly matched as we get underway. And look at James Abbott. Just keeps the foot buried as Brody Marr drives away, sets up for the first corner. And they are side by side for turn number 1. Using all that clipping zone, the smoke covers up James Abbott. Will he appear? There he is. The shadow comes out as they go into turn number 2. He opens up a tiny gap, Brody Marr. But look at James Abbott, cuts it down on the inside of turn 2 to get the proximity back. Final corner, side by side, door to door as they come onto the main straight. Brody Marr and James Abbott matching each other, and look at them standing on the fence here in the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. Battle for first place. Come on. Look at that. Scott Shembry has some words of wisdom for him. He is keen to see a win here from James Abbott. Let's check out the Tri-Ace replay. And Schultze, apart from that dive into turn number 2, which he had to do, James Abbott impressive in the chase run.
Yeah, and you see Brody here with a nice entry. Probably just a little shallow there, but he does push wider. And then through this smoke, James appears. And a little bit of a bobble there from Brody. James emulating his angle and then coming through the smoke. Brody then just pushes out wide on that outer clip 3, and both of them just tearing the track apart. Look at it.
Wow, look at the arms. You can see them, they're all up on the fence. Everyone's super pumped. That's what we like about drifting when we get to these types of battles. They go to 1 more times. They're still door to door, and I think that's what Queensland Raceway really promotes with the style of track they have and the layout we've given them here this weekend from the judges is that door-to-door action, and we love it in drifting. I mean, we can go to really technical layouts sometimes, but we don't see this door-to-door action on every run, and we've seen so many today. I mean, we could go through the battle tree and pick, you know, ones we would just watch again and again. Here we go, though. James Abbott's going to lead us out. This could decide who's going to be the winner here at round number 4 of the Hi-Tec Drift All-Star Series. And look at the pace. Oh, he's risked it all. He's gone really wide, James Abbott, but he's kept it on the bitumen. Brody Marr's somewhere there as he pops the nose out of the smoke. Here he goes. Ducks down the inside. James Abbott through turn number 2. He was a little bit shallow. Not quite as wide, but he's going to throw it out now. Side by side coming out of the final corner. Again.
Wow.
Listen to the cheer from the crowd as they go over. I mean, no contact made. Side by side, pushing it to the absolute limits. Even as a driver, you've got to be happy, win or lose.
Oh, 100%, and these judges are going to have their work cut out for them. Have a look at the replay here. James Abbott, big initiation, and look how wide he runs this outer clip. Using every bit of the track. Brody pops through the smoke there, reels James in a little bit here. James doing a good job out in front. Brody back on his door, and then both of them look just out wide on that outer clip. And look at them on the wall, amped, loving it.
Like, I'm not actually picking up their cheering from the mic. I'm picking that up. We're like a story up through glass, and I can hear them. And there we go. The judges will now have to try and decide, our 3 judges, who is going to take the win out of these 2. I don't think there's a tyre left in the venue after this weekend. Will the judges get up? We can see them they're going to make Shembry. I know who he thinks wins.
Yeah,
no doubt. I think he wants his teammate to get the win there.
This could still go either way. These judges are quite hard decision here.
I'm jealous I'm not down there this week. You know why? Because Tony's going to be the only person who knows. The judges and Tony, until it comes out on the live stream.
Yep.
We will have absolutely no idea. The sensation we're getting from the people down there, I mean, Tony is going to be right in it. How does it feel down there, Tony? No one can pick that winner for sure. That is going to come down till you find out.
The pit wall was absolutely electric. This is what top-level drifting in Australia is all about, and it's going to go down to the final battle in Victoria to see who's the championship winner. But, mate, today has been absolutely amazing, and I genuinely have no idea what's going on. So, yeah, I'll let you know when I know.
No, we want to know. We want to know now. Go and find out. Go, you know, look. The good news is I'm not getting told that we're going one more time. The drivers are being backed up, so we do have a decision. The judges look like they were standing up. We're not watching replays here. Look at the camaraderie between these two. I mean, from fireworks earlier in the season to seeing the big smiles, you know, they get the handshake going on. They're going to talk about this all night. Like, let's be honest, there is going to be a few beverages had tonight, and the discussions will go on about who made the tiniest of mistakes and who got there. I don't think it's going to be a negative conversation, because just the amount of adrenaline they're going through at the moment and how close it was, you've got to respect those two. Let's have a look at the highlights from the Zoo Performance Pro-Am finals. Kurt Dunn and Kieran Ratcliffe battled it out for first position, and Kurt Dunn, this was his lead run where he opened up a gap, and I was surprised by that actually, because I thought Kieran Ratcliffe might have jumped onto that, and how consistent he's been through the season and where he is in the point score. But Kurt Dunn this weekend is a standout for me. I mean, he always drives well, but I think he has just stepped it up another notch this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. His driving has improved just throughout this weekend, and but got to give it to Kieran. He just was flawless run after flawless run, so hats off to both of them.
Well, we'll wait to see who will be the winner out of Kurt Dunn and Kieran Ratcliffe for our Zoo Performance Pro-Am. But, I mean, in the pro class, I mean, Patrick Barley and Philip Silk was the battle for third. That was impressive to watch. To see a one more time between Brodie Marr and James Abbott, and I think we could have kept going another one more time. I really don't know how the judges are going to pull that apart. And like I say, when you look at that, it's not giving points for what they're doing right, it's deducting points for what they're doing wrong. And they'll have to go through and they'll have to dissect every run and go tiny error, half a point, a point there, and go backwards. It's the only way they can do it.
Yeah, 100%, especially when the drivers get to this level. Like you said, they're not picking what they did right, they're picking what they did wrong, and it's just... And it comes down to the millimetre on the track, and it comes down to straighten ups and little bobbles here and there, and that's a decider.
Oh, and it could be the tiniest of things. Tony is absolutely pumped up down there. He's got the results, and let's find out who our winners are for round number 4 of the Hi-Tec Oils Drift Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us at Queensland Raceway for round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oils Drift Allstars series. It's been a fantastic day, but we're going to start with the Zoo Performance Pro-Am category. Without further ado, just confirming results. Here we go. The Zoo Performance Pro-Am category, in 4th position, Colm Keogh, very well battled. Well done, mate. A bit of an eventful day. Talk us through your emotions in your day.
Well, I just want to say we bought this car, pulled it out of the paddock about 3 weeks ago, and we dropped it up to K-Works, and he basically just built a full shell. And there's a big shout out actually to K-Works. And yeah, first lap, turned it, actually hit Smoothie or Silky, whatever they call him. And yeah, sorry about that, mate. And we brought it all the way to 4th place, so couldn't be happier.
Mate, fantastic driving, well deserved, and yeah, we'll get that car repaired and you'll be back out there, I'm sure.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Awesome stuff. Very well done. 2625. All right. Everyone knows now you're going to have to change it. All right. In 3rd place, battled valiantly all day, Sean Mickelhatton. Get on in here, mate. Very well done. Awesome stuff. Hey, the Irish. Where are the Irish fans out here? Good stuff, mate. Talk us through your day. What an awesome result.
Yeah, bit of a hectic day, but we battled through, got to the podium. Just a shout out to Derek for spotting. Ian Porter for setting the car up. The car is running amazing now, so couldn't be happier. Perfect.
Great stuff. And yeah, we love having you here. We love the energy from the Irish crew. Give it up to all you guys here as well. Very well done in your third place. Excellent stuff. All right, to the pointy end, we have our two gentlemen who took it right to the wire. This may have been one of our closest Pro-Am battles, right to the very end. In second position, we have Kieran Ratcliffe. Well done. Wow. Mate, very well done. Well driven all day. Talk us through your day. How did you go?
This weekend's been mad. We've chewed through 20 plus tyres, heaps of practice. It's just been on song all day as per usual.
Look, the car's in one piece. It looks great, and you know your energy. You're bringing the high fives and the slap on the roof as you're going down. It's great to see you out here battling it out, mate. So very, very well done on P2 today.
Thank you very much.
Awesome, mate. Round of applause. Kieran Ratcliffe, very well done in P2. Which means, ladies and gentlemen, round 4 winner, Zoo Performance Pro-Am category, Mr. Kurt Dunn. Very well done. Yeah. SR20, baby. All right. Mate, absolutely awesome driving today. You look cool, calm and collected as the day's gone on, but talk us through, how do you feel?
Beyond words, can't explain it from where I was last year. You know, sitting on the start line, doing start line, helping George and the crew myself, to now being on top step of the podium within a year was not bad when I've never competed before, so can't be any more happy. I can't thank my dad, Dan Mackey and Ed from EKZ. Without them today, the car just ran flawlessly on the laptop, changing tyres, and I probably got the best spotter you can buy, so can't complain.
Very, very well done. Massive shout out to your team, and take that top step, well deserved. Don't forget to pose for a photo. Grab the checks, pose for the photo, hang on to that champagne just for 1 minute. Let's get all the media out of the way first. That is your Zoo Performance Pro-Am category for round 4. And here's the champagne.
Yeah, look at them. And Kieran Ratcliffe, that will jump him forward in the championship hunt as well. He should overtake Sam Mudge. I'm not quite sure whether he'll go past Jordan Sanderson, though. It's going to be very interesting when we head down to Calder Park November 4 and 5 as well. Look, championship's really alive in Pro-Am. Kurt Dunn, a new name on the top step of the podium, like you say. He used to be down there on the start line. And when he talks about the best spotter that money can buy, that's an expensive spotter. I've seen his liver. He can take some alcohol. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of round number 4 in the Pro class. This year, battle for 1 and 2 in James Abbott. Look at the speed he's through into turn number 1, and Brody Marr was right there. We lost him on the screen, and then the nose comes out of the smoke. Here's right alongside James Abbott. Brody Marr switches back. It was great emulation there, and have a look at the crowd though as they go over the finish line, up on the fence, and look at the arms waving. We could hear them up here in the commentary box. It was an exhilarating final. One more time, they went side by side twice. We still have absolutely no idea who's going to stand on that top step of the podium here in the Hi-Tec Oils Pro category. But the man who does, and the man who's down there with all the adrenaline excitement, is Tony Bishop.
Oh, guys, what an absolutely epic day. Congratulations to our Pro-Am category, but it is all business right now. There's the Hi-Tec Oils Drift Allstars Championship Series, round 4. We have in 4th position today, Patrick Barley. Come forward, mate. Well done, mate. Well driven today. You were very cool, very calm and collected. Talk us through your day. How did you go?
Yeah, it was a pretty smooth day all up, so nothing too major went wrong, and we kind of just plodded through the day and did our thing. And yeah, in the final battle there, Phil got off the gas a little bit going in the last corner and just clocked him, so I kind of ran out of racetrack to go on, and I don't know if the judges seen that, but you get that some days. So we're here on the 4th step, so we'll run it at that. And yeah, just thinking about my pop this weekend as it's a 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War, and he's no longer with us, unfortunately. So yeah, thinking about him this weekend.
Great stuff, mate. Respect, and we love to share the emotion and everything for it. So thank you for being such a great competitor. 4th place today, ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Barley. Very well done. All right. Moving right along. So that means in 3rd place, Mr. Silky Smooth Philip Silk. Come on forward. 3rd place today. Grab your check and trophy. Mate, when I spoke to you earlier today, you were just very happy to just come out, drive some laps, have a good day, and it looks like, that cool attitude has come through and made 3rd place. So talk us through your day.
Oh, look, mate, like I said, I was just here to have some fun. If you get a trophy at the end, it's a bonus. But, hey, I got one! Yeah.
Very well done. And anyone you want to thank to help you get here today?
I want to thank my brother and, partner and the pit crew, Black Bear especially for helping me out this weekend with tyres. There's so many people.
Always tough to put you on the spot to thank all those people, but your crew has got you there today. Position number 3 on the podium. Very well done, mate. Round of applause. Mr. Silky himself getting it done. All right, without further ado, the moment you've all been waiting for. You can cut the tension with a knife, and I absolutely love it. In position number 2, round 4, Brodie Marr from Tasmania. Mate, what can I say? You guys were battling just incredible driving. It must have been the smallest of margins between the two of you, but I can tell you what, it's been such amazing to have you here. Amazing battling today. Mate, give us your emotion. Tell us what you're about.
I think that's what we should have done last year. Obviously, it didn't go to plan, but that was like a tight final. Every lap was 100%. I was just sending it, having so much fun out there. It was so good to just put so much trust in jabs and just, drive 110%.
And mate, it must have been just the smallest of margins, and that's what this top-level drifting's all about. Have you got anyone to thank for getting you to this point today?
Yeah, big thanks to ACL Racing for coming on for this event. Got the car shinging. We've busted up a little bit today, but it's been an awesome day. I've had so much fun. But I'd like to thank ACL Race Series, JT Designs, Flying Wire Mechanical, Racewire, Race Tech, Engine Reco and Parts, and On-Site Drift always.
Amazing stuff, mate. Very, very well done. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Position number 2, Brodie Marr, which means number 1 position today, Mr. James Abbott. Come on forward from the place unit, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Jabs, I haven't spoken to you all day, but every time I walked past that pit, you just looked cool, under control. Is that a true feeling of your day, or how have you gone? Talk us through your day.
Yeah, to be honest, since the second I got here, I just felt super comfortable in the car. The team's prepared an awesome car, and from the first lap out, I kind of just felt comfortable and relaxed, and there's no heartbeat going up in these battles. It's just like, just do the lap, and got us to here.
Absolutely amazing. If only you could have experienced the pit wall like we all were. It was absolutely electric, through the rerun and then through the win. It must have been the smallest margin, but you absolutely deserve to be on the top step today. Very well done. Anyone you need to thank for being here?
Yeah, of course, Hi-Tec Oils for, first of all, running an event that we all get the opportunity to drive at. They're few and far between now, and what the team do for us and provide us with this opportunity for everyone here, but especially for me, supporting me in the car and sticking with me. We've had a bit of a rough run. It's been a while since the top step, and the support they give us, it makes it all possible, and we have so much fun doing it.
Mate, absolutely fantastic words. Take your top step on the podium today. Oh my God. What a podium. Hold off with the champagne. Let's just get some photos first. Wait. Let's get some photos real quick. Wait on, let's get some photos. That is your podium, ladies and gentlemen. Hi-Tec Oils Drift Allstars Series for round 4 at a sunny Queensland Raceway. And now it's time for the champagne.
James Abbott, enjoy this moment. It has been a long time since he's been on the top step of the podium, Schultze. And look, we couldn't pick between him and Brody Maher. Brody Maher said at the start of the weekend, he goes, I've had third twice, I don't want it again. Well, he got a second. What it means for the championship, though, is it is closer than ever going into our final round.
Yeah, 100%. And for Brody to put it on that second step is unreal. But our number one man, James Abbott, he's done awesome today. What do you reckon?
Mate, I can't believe he says, I'm just relaxed, I feel comfortable with the car. I don't know what they've done to make that happen. I mean, I think the team is more relaxed around him as well. They've got the runs on the board with that. I think last round, probably a lot of confidence with that team having Scott Shembry on the podium. And I don't think it matters which one of them wins. The team together, it builds a lot of confidence in them. It's not necessarily a championship thing for Scott Shembry, but for James Abbott now, he's in the running. He was always just outside there, only by a few points, but you needed to be at this round and get a good result like Brody Maher did. I mean, Jordan Sanders has been knocked out by Benny Meir. That is the difference here. And I haven't seen a championship this close going into the final round for many, many years. So, and we're talking about 5 or 6 drivers now that have the potential to win this, depending on how many drivers enter the final round and depending on how we end up. So it's an exciting championship. The round now goes to Calder Park on the 4th and 5th of November. These guys have got a couple of months now to dial those cars in, make sure they got plenty of tyres. Make sure you go to www.hitecdriftingaustralia.com.au for the championship final. Tim Schultz, it was great to have you here in the commentary box, and I can't wait to take this show down there to Calder Park. We've seen what that can do, especially if we run the wall again. Anything could happen. It will be one of the most exciting finishes to a Hi-Tec Drift Championship we have ever seen. We can't wait. Keep it in the diary, the 4th and 5th of November. Schultz, thanks for being here. It's been a fantastic weekend.
Thanks, mate.
The penultimate round of the Hi-Tec Drift All-Star Series in Queensland Raceway run and done. Your winner, James Abbott, in the Pro class. And, of course, it was Kurt Dunn in the Zoo Performance Pro-Am. We can't wait to do it all again in 2 months' time on the 4th and 5th of November from Calder Park Raceway in Victoria.